All right, and we're live. Welcome in to the 2025 NBA Draft live stream. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. Looking forward to seeing who the Blazers pick in this draft. Man, it's been a whirlwind for me the past 48 hours. The Drew trade, and then we had the preview last night. I probably have spent about 16 hours in the last 24 hours working on stuff for the stream that is not in a state that we can use. So it's going to be...
I think you had the wrong mic hooked up.
Yeah. So the setup's a little wonky. Let me fix it. Audio input. Properties. There we go. Welcome in. The setup's a little scrambled. I'm gonna try and get like a graphic to show who's on the clock. I'm going to try and get that to you guys. Basically, been working with multiple people to put together the production for this live stream, and unfortunately, a bunch of stuff is just not in a place where we can use. But we'll just use it all next year because it just took forever to kind of develop what we were trying to do with this live stream. So next year's draft live stream is going to be phenomenal. We will try and get a graphic up that shows what team's on the clock, but we do have a nice ticker there that'll update as well. As Adam Silver goes to the podium, Eric will try and get synced. If you're behind me, I can pause.
Yeah, he hasn't even gotten to the screen or to the podium on mine yet.
All right. Let me know when he gets to the podium.
Walking up at the podium.
Way behind. All right. Oh wait, no, I got line. We use the clock when it's on the clock. All that good stuff.
And for the record, we'll have to say this multiple times, but please do not spoil picks. If you choose to find out like who's tweeting picks ahead of time, things like that, please wait until we react to the picks before you react or say anything in chat. If you continue to do it, we'll have to hide you or put you on a timeout because we want to react live. We don't want to see the picks and be spoiled beforehand.
Yeah, we don't want to have to ban you, so don't make us do it.
If there is trades, yes, but only. So if it's a rumor, put rumor. So and so is possibly headed to Dallas per Shams or whatever. If it is an actual trade, put confirmed by Shams, Cooper Flag is being traded to Portland.
I wish.
Daniel Adams, who is that rumor from? Because it's certainly not anyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna count on you to keep track of rumors and everything with me trying to figure stuff out here. I'm definitely gonna rely on you.
I don't know why over the last couple of years, Xfinity's actual TV has gotten so far behind.
Yeah, what is your what are you at in terms of the time on the clock?
4:17, 4:16, 4:15.
You're 30 seconds behind. Wow.
Let me see if I'm just afraid if I. I'm going to see if my phone has it, if it's... Because I'd love for it to be on your timeline, not mine.
Yeah. Yeah, just as much as you can speed it up. I'll just match it. I can pause and all that stuff, so.
All right, my phone is like 10 seconds faster than my TV, so I'll just watch it on there.
Alrighty.
Are you gonna put the audio on when the picks come up, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it will.
So my phone is pick is in.
Okay. We're gonna be slightly unsynced, but I mean we know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll pull up chat. Sorry guys, I'm just basically finishing all this setup at the moment. So let me put this on. Thank God I have 2 monitors now though. Alright. We got Marty Smith in Maine, in Flag's hometown of Newport, Maine. Shout out to Anthony, $2 donation. Would you trade Shaden in 11 to get Con at 4? No. Can you narrate the draft? Don't have it. By the way, you're muted.
Why would you trade Shay to move up? Come on.
Shout out to Bruce Davis, member for 31 months. Says, hi, Eric, Tori. You guys do the best job on the Blazers. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. All right.
Angelic Ambition says, any predictions on a Jew trade tonight? Listen, I feel like they have decided to keep Drew Holiday. No.
Oh, he didn't fall to 11. Anyway, all right. So am I synced with you?
It was pretty close. Yeah.
Am I a little ahead?
No, it was like maybe like a half second. It's fine.
Okay.
It was good.
Yeah. You can listen to my TV and watch the stream.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So now the Spurs are on the clock at number 2. The Spurs have been rumored to like potentially, maybe, be listening to offers for this pick, but it was one of those things where like just a smokescreen. They're going to take Dylan Harper at number 2. This draft starts at 3 with the Philadelphia 76ers. I think it goes Flag at 1, Harper at 2, Edgecomb at 3, and then Charlotte at 4. I have no idea. Like there's been some Knueppel rumors. So you could say the draft starts at 4, depending on how confident you are that the Sixers will take Edgecomb at 3.
As for Cooper Flag, I don't know if it's generational. I hate how there's so many generational players, but I mean, the guy can do everything. He's a good defender. He can create. He can dribble. He can finish. He can pass. He can shoot a little bit. There were some concerns about his shooting initially, but I think he put those to bed. And I mean, I know there's never a guarantee, but I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed that he's going to at least be an above average player in the NBA. And I mean, he's excelled at every level and just has a ton of talent. And Dallas is dang lucky to have gotten the first pick in this draft.
Yep, that should have been us, man. Should have been our coronation, Eric. But alas. All right.
Lucky in terms of moving up from 11 to 1. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's rigged. Blah, blah, blah.
All right. I'm just going to get this.
Who are you guys hoping to get? So Tori and I are big Cedric Coward fans.
Mm-hmm.
But neither of us think that will be the pick for the Blazers. I firmly believe it'll be between Yegor Dement, Carter Bryant, and Kasparas Yakuchonis. I think it'll be one of those 3 guys. I think if he's there, I think they take Carter Bryant. If not, I think it's Dement.
Agreed. Don't rule out Asa Newell, though.
Apparently, he has a promise at 13 from Atlanta.
Oh, does he? That's good.
Well, I mean, that's after our pick.
True, but yeah, just no Asa Newell.
Apparently, the only other promise I've heard is Walter Clayton Jr. at 20 to Miami. They worked him out twice, I guess.
Mm. He just seems like a Heat player, yeah.
They did accidentally leak a picture in the background. One of their screens, Miami Heat, had welcome Nolan Traore on the screen in the background. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if you could judge anything by that, but that's making me question the promise a little bit. But it makes sense. They worked him out twice, Walter Clayton Jr., and seemed to really like him. And then apparently Coward has a promise somewhere in the mid-teens, but I don't know.
Maybe it's in the early teens. Yeah, Blazers, I would be very surprised if they took Coward, even though that's the guy I want. I'm not expecting that.
Thank you, AJ, for repeating exactly what I just said.
Hey, he's just trying to sound smart, man. Can you blame him? All right.
AJ Poseidon moment. Yes, indeed. Pick is in at number 2. We'll see. I mean, it's got to be Dylan Harper. And yeah, since the pick is in, it wouldn't be a trade most likely. There are rumors that there's multiple teams in the top 10 trying to acquire either Derek White or Jaylen Brown from the Celtics. But the Celtics are rumored to have to be like, it has to be like a Godfather offer for them to accept. Either they're fine with their 2 trades they made already, getting under the second apron. Now if a team
Yep. Anyway, we knew the way that was going to go. Go on.
But yeah, I'd be shocked if Boston traded them, either one of those guys, for anything other than like a Desmond Bane type plus package. But Farrell Roly Ploy asks, is Jeremy Grant gone tonight? I'll tell you what, I'd be super shocked if we managed to clear Jeremy Grant tonight. Like I feel like now that we have another contract for 3 years, like we talked about last night, it's pretty much signifying that we're better off just like keeping him at this point. But as for Harper, showed a lot of creation skills, able to finish, good pick and roll player. Almost all of his points were off self creation, one of the highest in the nation. Just can really score the ball. Really showed, was actually better than I thought he'd be his freshman year in terms of getting to the rim and showing a knack of avoiding defenses and stuff like that. Good in the pick and roll. It's a little bit of a clunky fit in my mind with De'Aaron Fox. They're kind of similar type players, not the greatest 3-point shooters, but can get to the rim super quick, all that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how they work that. Also, they have Stephon Castle, who also isn't the greatest shooter, so how they manage those 3 will be interesting. But yeah, I didn't like Dylan Harper going into this season, but he really showed a lot this year and clearly was the number 2 player in this draft.
Yep. The shot's the question mark with him. The shot is the question mark with him.
It wasn't that bad this year, right?
Yeah, but like mid-range, he's not much of a mid-range shooter. He doesn't really get much elevation on his mid-range shot. So, and like stretching it out to 3, I think like if there's something he might struggle with to open up his offensive game, it's going to be that.
Yeah.
And we have a ticker, and it's definitely not one of my my better pieces of work, considering I made this live, but it's something. It's something. It's something. I might just have to put it in again.
I printed out the combine measurements too, if you want to know anything right off the bat. But Harper measured 6'4.5" without shoes, with a 6'10.5" wingspan. Really good size for a guard. So put that together with his knack of getting to the hoop, it's a really good recipe for success. And like I said, it's a little clunky with those three guards all kind of having the same strengths and weaknesses, but man, it's just a lot of talent in the backcourt.
Yep.
I think eventually they're gonna have to trade one of them though.
Now you got Philly on the clock at 3.
So this is I mean, if they just take Edgecomb, I guess it's not, but they could throw a wrench into this whole draft if they take anyone else.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting to see who takes Ace Bailey when he basically refused to work out for any team. And we have or I don't know if you heard Ace talking earlier on ESPN, but he said that he trusts his inner circle or whatever is his team, and that he leaned on them for what to do, and they led him to that, and he believes it was the right decision or whatever. I mean, maybe if you don't care if you fall a little bit, but also I don't know. It makes me think he's kind of hiding that he's not that good in workouts too. You know, like I would have that concern if I was drafting him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, much like I talked about with the Spurs, VJ to the Sixers is a little clunky. I mean, they drafted McCain last year. They have Maxey already. You expect them to re-sign Grimes after a breakout year. So the backcourt is a little crowded, but VJ just does so much different than those three guys, primarily on the defensive end. He's a monster on that end. And then he does have the upside and athleticism to put it together on the offensive end too. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he could – it's hard to say he'd be better than Maxey because Maxey's an all-star and, you know, a few years in the league. But, man, if he develops, he could be right up there with Dylan Harper and Cooper Flagg as the best players in this draft. I'm talking about VJ Edgecomb, and so I think if you're any team here, you just take the best. You think who is going to be the best player, and that's easily VJ at this point. I think.
I kind of like VJ as a defensive complement to both McCain and Maxey, and we'll see if the Sixers take him. Yep. So they go Edgecomb. Not a surprise there. The report was that they were either going to trade the pick or take Edgecomb. I think there was a lot of buzz around top 10 picks getting traded, but it seems like there's buzz every year that just doesn't ever pan out. This kind of feels like it's going to be one of those years. I would love some action inside the top 10. That's always fun. But the Sixers stay home at 3 and take Edgecomb. Yeah, like I said, man, I really like him as a defensive complement to both Maxey and Jared McCain. I think Jared McCain should come off the bench next year. I think they should start Edgecomb. I think he's ready to have a massive defensive impact. And then on the offensive end, might be a little bit of a work in progress. He really struggled to start this season, but he slowly started to figure things out. He started to make more threes, and just as long as he can knock down shots and then use athleticism in transition, I think he'll be good enough offensively where he's not going to hurt them, and he's going to be a plus on the defensive end. I think it's going to be interesting to see the starting shooting guard battle between Edgecomb and Jared McCain. I mean, I guess the Sixers could go with McCain. He was really, really good last year. I think the Sixers are going to have a much better season next season. Just obviously they're going to be much healthier, but then adding somebody like Edgecomb is going to be huge. We'll see if Paul George can bounce back. Embiid, Grimes, after picking him up at the trade deadline, was great after that. So they've done some nice things at the deadline with Grimes, and then getting Edgecomb here at 3. I think they could have been tricked into taking Ace Bailey, but I like this pick better for them.
Yeah, VJ getting that experience with the national team over the summer too with DeAndre Ayton. I think that showed that he clearly wasn't like out of place playing with NBA type players, and he got off to a little bit of a disappointing start on the offensive end, but sometimes we have to remember that freshmen are like perfect right away. And he really found his groove in the second half of the season. Started shooting the ball a lot better, and is potential to be a lockdown defender. So yeah, good, always good to just keep adding talent. And now, I mean, the 76ers are loaded with young guards. Not necessarily the play style, but we're very familiar with teams loading up on guards, right? But their trio seems pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
And Grimes can play a little bit of 3. Maybe VJ can too, but I don't know. He's a little smaller than Dylan Harper. Bruce is asking, do you see the Blazers making any moves tonight? I'm always going to lean towards no. When I'm asked that question, I'm going to say no, they don't make a move tonight. And they just draft at 11. Now, they might make a move tomorrow to get into the second round if there's someone they like and it's not too expensive for them. But I think tonight you're going to see them just stay at 11, assuming one of the 3 we talked about earlier are still on the board, which I don't see why one of them pretty much has to be on the board. So I think they just stay at 11 and don't make any more moves. I think they made their big move 2 days ago.
Yep, I agree. I agree with that. I think
I'd be pleasantly surprised though.
Yeah, I think either Carter Bryant or Yegor Dement will be a Portland Trailblazer before the night is over. That is my guess as to who they would pick, but I do think they're staying at 11. Very confident in that. Or maybe, honestly, if they trade 11, maybe they would trade down. I think it is possible they could be the team that trades down for 15 and 24 from OKC.
Yeah.
So Charlotte on the clock. Who do you think they're going to take, and who would you take for them?
If it was me, I'm taking Trey Johnson here. I just think his spacing of the floor would, along with Brandon Miller, I just think that would be good for them if they're keeping LaMelo. I think if you have those 3 at your 1, 2, 3 positions, you still have to figure out other things. You do have a bunch of other picks in this draft that you could address some of those. Maybe you use some of your seconds to trade back into the later part of the first round and get one of the centers we like. But yeah, I would just take the shooting from Trey Johnson. LaMelo is a creator. Brandon Miller, is he's better at creating than people thought he'd be coming into the NBA. So I think you just put all that scoring and talent together at the 1, 2, and 3 positions and figure out the rest later.
Yep. Trey Johnson, Knueppel I like just as like somebody who's very steady. I feel like they kind of need a prospect that's just steady, that can be solid and contribute on one end of the floor and be okay on the other. I think Knueppel's actually an underrated defender, so I like that, or I like Trey Johnson, like you said, just for the upside swing, the shooting. The defense with him and LaMelo in the backcourt is kind of a mess, but honestly, at this point, I would trade LaMelo Ball if I'm the Charlotte Hornets. He can't stay healthy. He's not a good leader. I'm not a big LaMelo Ball fan, so I would definitely look to move off him, but we'll see what they do. Of course, you got Ace Bailey. It's going to be interesting to see where he ends up, where he falls to. I would hate Ace Bailey for Charlotte. I think, I just talked about they need somebody steady. They need somebody that maybe can provide some leadership in a young locker room. Maybe not as a rookie, but long term. I just do not like Ace Bailey on Charlotte, man. I just really do not like it. So we'll see what they do. I wouldn't fault them for just taking the chance on the theory of Ace Bailey, which is that he can be a 25 point per game forward that has some athleticism and can score the ball and this and that. But I haven't been sold on him all year. I don't like the way he went about this draft process. So.
Yeah, and if you're going to, it doesn't seem like they're going to trade the LaMelo Ball this offseason. Who knows? There's still a lot of time to do that. But it seems like they're going to keep him for at least one more year. If not, though, if they were possibly considering moving on from LaMelo, I would maybe consider taking Jeremiah Fears here, too.
Yeah. Fears I had on my final board at 5.
I actually moved him up to 5 right before the draft, too. Yeah.
Knueppel it is. All right. So we made jokes all season long on post-game shows about the Blazers aren't going to get lucky in the lottery. They're going to end up with Knueppel like it's a bad thing. But I do think Knueppel would have been a great fit in Portland. But he ends up going all the way up at number 4. I think... Is the TV loud enough when he's announcing picks, or should I turn it up even louder?
I don't think it hurts to turn it up louder. I can hear it, but yeah.
Okay.
Louder.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll turn it up to 25 next time instead of 18 or whatever I'm doing. Yeah, I got y'all. So, your thoughts on Knueppel? Because you talk about Trey Johnson, I talked about Knueppel. What are your thoughts on Knueppel here?
I agree with you. I think if you're Charlotte, you've been a little... you re-sign Miles Bridges. You draft Brandon Miller, who had the potential accomplice to murder thing in college. You had a bunch of players that aren't on the team anymore, but get in trouble with the law in recent years. And so, yeah, maybe just getting a safe choice. And I'm not saying any other players wouldn't be safe. I haven't heard anything outside of immaturity from Ace Bailey. There isn't character concerns with any of these picks really in this draft. But I think getting a player who can shoot the ball, kind of similar to what I was talking about with Trey. He can handle it a little bit. He's maybe even better off the dribble than Trey Johnson is, so I can see the vision there. Defensively, it's probably pretty even between those two, so I don't have a problem with drafting Knueppel here. I don't think Knueppel has all-star potential or anything, but I think he can be a very solid rotation role player. A decent starting player. But yeah, I think this is a safe play. I think I'm kind of surprised because Charlotte seemed like their GM said that they wanted to still take chances and just keep this young path going. But yeah.
I think he does have some sneaky upside as a creator. Uses his body pretty well. He's pretty crafty. And when Cooper Flagg was out, near the end of the season. He missed some time, and Knueppel stepped up and was huge and was running pick and rolls with Maluach, throwing pinpoint lobs. I think he can be a good pick and roll player, especially for a 3-point shooter. But just like the way he kind of plays in the paint is, he's not athletic. He's not going to wow you, but he has solid footwork. He'll use pump fakes. He'll create contact in a way that frees him up space. So he just has some intangibles as a creator that I think are maybe a little bit underrated. He's definitely more than just a shooter. So yeah.
No, it's like he uses his body well. Could definitely make some passes. Watching the Knueppel brothers. He's got a bunch of younger brothers. I wonder if they're gonna be.
I think one of them's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
They all look the same.
So, number 5, we got Utah.
Shout out to them for finally rebranding, man. Look at that purple logo. It's so much better than the yellow. We love that. What's funny is we were talking about, like, Knueppel might not fall to the Blazers because we're not going to have, like, the 8th pick, the 9th pick, We're falling down to 11.
Yeah.
He gets taken at 4.
Yeah. I think that has more to do with some of those other players not being quite as good than it.
Mm-hmm. Who would you go? Trey Johnson? Trey Johnson or Ace Bailey? Which one do you like more for Utah here? Because I feel like both would make some sense. They should swing for upside.
I'm actually taking Fears here if I'm Utah, but because to me, Trey Johnson is a little bit better version of someone you already have on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
So I would swing for the point guard star upside. I feel like that has the best chance of hitting in Utah. I wouldn't be surprised if Ainge swings for Ace Bailey just because, I heard someone say this morning that if you draft Ace and he's good, or if he's bad, you're gonna get fired. If you don't draft him and he's good on another team, you're gonna get fired. So it's like a conundrum, But I would take Fierce here. I think they don't have that true point guard. I know they have Colin Sexton and stuff, but I feel like Jeremiah is going to be really good someday. And the reason why I moved him up right before the draft, I heard a long form interview with him, and he was really smart with what he was saying. He felt just, and once again, I'm not saying he is this person. I don't think he's Damian Lillard, but he does give me that kind of chill vibe.
In the 2025 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey.
Ooh.
Arius Ace Bailey. So Ace goes to Utah, where he can maybe be the number 1 guy, and that seemed to me that's what he wanted. He wanted touches. He wanted to have the ball in his hands a lot. And he ends up falling to 5 instead of going potentially 3 to Philly. I think he wanted this type of situation, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason. I mean, I don't think he wanted to go to Utah, but yeah. I mean, 5th pick, I don't mind this for Utah. Ainge, like I said, is a guy who drafted Tatum and Brown. He's not afraid to go after those wings, man. So yeah, we'll see if I haven't heard any rumors. Does anyone know if they're keeping this pick or not? But yeah.
I assume so. I kind of feel like we're not going to get a single top 10 pick traded after all that buzz.
Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, I mean, we know Ace takes a lot of tough shots. He played like he was an NBA player playing against NBA defenses, even though he wasn't. So, I mean, can you see a scenario where he steps on an NBA court and the spacing and flow of the NBA is just much more suited to his game than college was, and he's decent right away, and it makes it look kind of silly that he fell to 5? I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah.
Could I also see him just be a volume inefficient shooter and basically like the forward version of a Jordan Clarkson or something like that they already have on their roster? Could definitely see that as well. So, yeah, I think it's worth the risk if you're Utah. You've taken like the Hendricks and the Cody Williams type players that were more on the safe side. I kind of like them swinging here for a better player.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we got Washington up at 6. Here are the top remaining players on the board. Let me fix this. Oh no, that is not updating, unfortunately. It's not updating. This is basically what we were trying to build, was some stuff that would like update automatically, some fun stuff. Next year it'll be fully flushed out. We kind of built this last minute. But yeah, you got Trey Johnson. Consensus was the number 5 player on the board, actually, instead of Ace Bailey. But yeah, that's we'll see if we can get that working. Maybe we get working by tomorrow. But yeah, a lot of work went into this draft stream, and a lot of it you guys won't get to see. But next year, maybe tomorrow, we'll have a little bit more. But next year, you guys will see the full package. So I'm super excited for that. Basically, every year I always try and outdo myself, and it gets more and more stressful, and I'm scrambling the night before drafts, up almost all night the night before drafts. And basically, like, it just got to the point where all right, I need to create something that looks so good, I'm cool with reusing it year after year after year after year. So that I'm not killing myself trying to make a cool draft stream for the draft. I'm always in a competition against myself. So, yeah, that's basically where we're at. So, we got Washington on the clock at 6. I think Trey Johnson could make some sense here, Eric, but I also feel like this could be the first surprise pick, like real surprise pick of the draft. Malawach they've been linked to. I think Trey Johnson or Malawach would not be a surprise, but like maybe they go Asenge. That's their type of player. Is there any other names that you think could make sense here for them?
Yeah, I think there's a number of different ways they can go here. I mean, Malawach makes sense. In our mock last night, you took him. If you think Sar is more of your long-term 4 than 5, I think getting that center to pair with him, so you have 2 guys that are both mobile, can maybe be switchable bigs. I think that would be a good jump start to their rebuild here. Trey Johnson, like you said, I think is the best player here. Now, I think a lot of this is going to tell you if they take a guard, whether they think Bub's a point guard or a shooting guard. Because if they feel like he's going to handle the rock, I think Trey Johnson makes the most sense. If they feel like can play off ball more or is not really the best at leading the offense, I think they could take someone like Fears. But I expect it to be one of those 3. I mean, the wild cards, I guess this is where Asenge could come into play. If they took Bilal a couple years ago, and so I guess that could be his top end place here. I guess maybe Derek Queen. This is where like he maybe could start to be into play, but I think that's a little bit of a reach here at 6. So I think it's going to be Trey or Fears if they take a guard, and then like I said, that'll depend on what they think of Bub long term, and then Malawatch would be the one that makes the most sense in my mind.
Yeah, Sar Malawatch front court is what we mocked last night. We also had some trades, which are not happening, Eric. Traded down is Charlotte, hoping to get Knueppel at 8, and he was taken at 7. So, in real life, they just take him at 4. That's what teams do. If they like a guy, they don't like risking a trade down and not getting him. They'll just take him. That's why you don't see many top 10 pick trades. Even in a year like this where there was tons of rumors. Last year, there was a lot of rumors going in too. And the only pick that was traded was 8 from San Antonio, which was like one of the least talked about potentially traded picks. And they traded it to Minnesota very randomly. Like it was just a random trade that was not talked about. So we'll see if this year follows script. Maybe a pick gets traded. The thing is, if the Blazers are going to trade their 11th pick, we're going to find out very, very soon. Here we go with Adam Silver.
In the 2025 NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Alrighty. So Trey Johnson was phenomenal as a freshman at Texas. Maybe the most dynamic shooter in this draft. There are some guys that shoot the cover off the ball. Shout out to Kobe Brea, who's probably going to get selected in the second round. But in terms of just off the dribble shot making, pull up shooting, he's the real deal. Just had some games where he absolutely dominated SEC competition. SEC was a really good conference. He needs to get better at getting to the rim, needs to get stronger, needs to get better defensively. There's definitely some things for him to work on coming into the league. He's pretty much a jump shooter at this point and has to round out basically every other area of his game. He did show some passing flashes, but his role was basically go get a bucket. So what are your thoughts on Trey Johnson, Eric?
If I'm sitting there at 6 and getting Trey Johnson, I'm ecstatic right now. I recently went back and just kind of wanted to reset myself on all these players. And man, I was just in awe of Trey Johnson's shooting, both off the move, especially like coming off screens. He can fill it up. I watched a video comparing his shot to Ray Allen. I don't think it's quite that good, obviously, but I mean, anytime you're a freshman and average 20 points per game, especially as a guard, I was really impressed with him all season. Now, like you said, he does have some things he needs to show. Can he break a defender down off the dribble? That's going to be his determining factor on whether he's a star or not, in my opinion. If he is able to do that, I do think he can be a star player, an all-star type player. If not, I think worst case scenario, he's like a Klay Thompson type, off ball, doesn't dribble a whole lot, but can come off screens and hit 3-pointers, and it's someone that the defense always has to account for, which is always beneficial to an offense.
All right, so now we got the New Orleans Pelicans on the clock. They traded for Jordan Poole. CJ McCollum is now a Washington Wizard. So the team at 6 and the team at 7 made a trade. Made a trade recently. So Ace Bailey off the board. Trey Johnson off the board. I feel like none of these picks have been surprising. It's always fun when you get that first surprise pick of the draft. Could it come here at 7? Eric, who are you expecting New Orleans to have interest in? And who would you take?
I mean, Fears and Malwatch are the top 2 players on the board. I think, I don't know. I feel like anyone else is a little too high. I think you have to take one of them, but do they? Man, I'm blanking on there. It was the center from Baylor they drafted last year.
Yves Missy.
Missy, yeah, thank you. Missy, he had a decent rookie year. I wouldn't necessarily pencil him in as the long-term starting center, but he was adequate. So, I mean, maybe they just want to add players regardless of position. New GM too. It's kind of hard to know exactly what their style is when you don't know. And then, I mean, if they hadn't made that trade yesterday, I would say take Fears, but you have Jordan Poole now for several years under contract, and I don't know. I do like Fears. I wouldn't not take him because of Jordan Poole. I just think Poole kind of messes up the whole dynamic there. But if you have Fears with Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, Zion, and Missy, I think that's a really good start. Obviously health is going to be really big factor there, but I would go with that personally, I think, and maybe just address a good backup for Missy later. But I wouldn't have a huge issue if they decided to take Malawach here, because I think he's one of the best players left available. Who do you think they're going to take?
I feel like they don't take Fears or Malawach here.
I really think they're going to throw a wrench in it.
Yeah, but I don't know what that wrench is.
Yeah. I mean, if they're going to trade Herb Jones or Trey Murphy, I guess.
I think you could see Carter Bryant here.
Yeah, Carter Bryant or
Senge. Like, I'll go out on a limb, okay? It's gonna be one of those two guys. That's my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I do agree with you, Malawach and Fears are the top 2 players on the board.
Yeah.
Fully agree with that.
I mean, this is the range of the draft where we have seen some surprising things in recent years. Mm-hmm. Like, leading up to the draft, no one really thought Bilal was going to go.
Yeah.
They didn't think Washington traded up a spot, right, to get him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Someone changed their name who's a channel member to Carter Bryant, and I don't know who is that really.
If you click on their profile, their username might be the same as it was before.
Maybe.
I applaud them for the dedication to the cause, though.
Is that Sam Dooley?
Could be.
Oh, it is Sam Dooley, yeah.
All right. Here we go with New Orleans.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears.
I was wrong. You were right. Jeremiah Fears. Look at that chain, Eric. You need a chain that says Brant with the number 43. Do you respect the bling?
Yeah, he's representing his Oklahoma colors there. Yeah. Yeah, so I do like that they didn't let getting Poole factor into their decision here. They just took who they thought was the best player. I think Um, if you had to tell me someone outside of like the top picks was gonna be a star, I to me, Jeremiah Fierce has the makeup of being that person. With an outside, I would say Coward maybe too. That's why I like him so much. But Fierce in particular, I feel like just the way he plays and stuff. Uh, I feel like he has the ability to really break out and be a star if he starts. I don't think his form is bad. He's not a good. He didn't shoot well at Oklahoma, but kind of like I'm not comparing him to Anthony Edwards, but like Edwards took like so many bad shots. Ace Bailey too took so many bad shots. It's like hard to not necessarily bad shots, but like contested shots, or they're showing like him shooting threes off 1 foot and stuff like that. But I think Fierce could really be a good point guard. And I mentioned Damian Lillard earlier. Lillard played at Weber State for several years and had an injury, got to sit for a while and learn the game. So, like, what will Fierce be in a couple of years? I think he's going to be a really good point guard, and I think this is a good pick for New Orleans.
Yeah, I like them swinging for the upside, man. There's teams that I thought needed to go steady. Charlotte, for example, they did. There's teams that needed to swing for upside. Utah and New Orleans. Both of these teams did as well. So, I don't know. Like, I like every pick that teams have made so far.
Yeah.
Like, I would grade them all a B or better. So we'll see if the Blazers continue that trend. Hopefully they do. By the way, is our mic volume good? Is it equal? Is mine a little too loud? Let me know. I can turn it down if I need to.
What's up, Max? He's asking why they made the draft 2 nights. I think a little bit of it was, well, it wasn't for TV last year. This year it might be, but
at least they are keeping it in Barclays tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, people are saying I might have been louder than you.
Oh, really? All right, I'll start yelling.
But
you are pretty loud.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk loud today, but
I like it.
What were we talking about? I lost my train of thought.
Fears, or I don't know.
No, we weren't talking about fears. Yeah. Oh well.
Alrighty. Chat, what's going on, chat? We haven't really paid a ton of attention to chat. Sorry, we don't really do it on draft days because spoilers and stuff. But...
the 2 days of the draft.
yeah.
So teams were asking, because in the NFL they get time to trade and take a step back and process what happened in the first round and all that kind of stuff, and then you can make moves and do stuff in the second round. And I think it's just a process of, like, in recent years almost every second round pick has been traded. Like, hardly anyone owns their own second round pick, and it's kind of like a just craziness. Like, you don't even know who's going to what team for half the draft, and I think they just wanted to have it not be so chaotic, and I don't like it at all, but yeah. So they're showing Brooklyn's war room, all cheering and high-fiving each other. Jay Billis's top or best available is Colin Murray-Bohls. Is that who they should take?
I would love for Colin Murray-Bohls to be off the board before the Blazers pick, man.
Yeah. So to me, yeah,
that is such a Blazers pick right now. All in on defense, right? Screw everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, you got I mean, there's a lot of rumors that they could trade Claxton this offseason. If they're going to do that, I think Malech makes a ton of sense for them. I think, once again, Carter Bryant could come into play here. And Asengwe, I think it's probably one of those three. Senge.
You're saying it like I said it. I got it stuck in your head.
Yeah. But Murray, yeah, I don't know. So many people are. It's hard for me because I'm not. But like, almost everyone's mock or a draft board had Colin Murray-Bohls so high, like top 10. It's like crazy.
It is crazy. I wonder if NBA GMs really feel the same way.
I don't know. It kind of feels like, well, I mean, his brother is. I think he's a better version of Chris Murray, but it kind of feels to me like not obviously he's not going to go as high as 4, but it kind of feels like Keegan Murray. Like it was just like kind of out of place that so many teams wanted him, in that draft, and it didn't really make a lot of sense. But I definitely see a lot of teams liking him.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Dement.
Whoa! Dement will not be a Blazer.
Wow.
What's funny is last night in our mock draft, we had Brooklyn trade up from 26 to 14 to get Dement. They just take him at 8. There we go. There's a surprise pick, Eric. They had been tied to him, so I guess it's not like a total, complete, out-of-nowhere surprise, but I did not think he would go this high. He had been mocked to the Blazers for months by Jonathan Givony. Well, I guess this time Givony did not get it right because Dement's just not on the board. Who knows how the Blazers feel about that, but the Blazers won't take Dement. He's a polarizing guy, 6'8", point guard traits, at least point guard passing skills, might be the best passer in the draft, but struggled shooting the ball last year, was under 30% from 3, but his form honestly looked fine, and apparently Eric's talked about this. He shot well at the draft combine, so if he can shoot with his passing skills and his size, those are some intriguing traits. I think the other worry with him, which makes him a polarizing prospect, is he struggles to consistently create separation, and he really struggled against top-tier competition last year at BYU. He was on fire to start the year against a weaker schedule, and it resulted in him being in top 5 talks, and then his stock seemed to slip to the teens after he really struggled against some better competition, but he ends up going here at 8 to Brooklyn, and Brooklyn needs a point guard of the future, and that might be Yegor Dement. So what do you think about this pick?
Well, assuming they re-sign Cam Thomas, they have their volume shooter. They need someone who can set the table for that volume shooter. And I think, like you mentioned, getting one of the best passers in this draft definitely do that. I don't mind this pick for them. They have a lot of picks. We'll see if the rumors this whole draft season's been that they want to move up for a second lottery pick. So we'll see if they can package some of their picks now that they have still 4 other picks in this first round to move up. But so what makes me think happened? Because I did hear that the Blazers were locked in on Dement. So maybe they got wind that Dement wasn't going to be available at 11 anymore and had to kind of figure out what they were going to do. Maybe they thought early in the process he would still be there. And then because I was told he had a workout for teams. Pretty much every team was there in Chicago after the combine. And I guess he just blew people away with how well he shot the ball. And everyone was like, where was this in college or whatever? Yeah. And I guess he had tweaked his form a little bit and was just locked in shooting the ball. And everyone was impressed with his mechanics, looking good. And he had an injury. I think that was the Apachonis. Never mind. Um,
He did have an injury at some
yeah,
point last season, yeah. Dement did.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, he is young, and this is his first time coming over here to America playing against good competition. So, there's definitely going to be an adjustment. Um, but I do like that the Nets swung for upside, and he's so much different than the players they have on their roster now. I kind of like having that, like different styles, like because I don't think they should be tied really to anyone on their roster. So just keep swinging for players with upside, in my opinion. So not too bad.
So now we have Toronto at 9. They've never been scared to be bold. Masai Ujiri, they traded for Brandon Ingram this past trade deadline, which was just kind of a weird move for a team in the position they're in. And now we'll get to see what they do at 9. I think Malawach has not gotten drafted yet. I think this is the perfect destination for Malawach.
It is. But I think despite that, I mean, I could very easily see them taking Malawach and just calling it a day. But like you said, Ujiri's not afraid to take chances. And this isn't really a chance because these are both good players. But I think it's going to be Bryant or Asengi.
Yeah, I mean, that's my gut feeling as well. But they need a center of the future. Jakob Poeltl is not the center of the future. But Poeltl can stay, and Malawach can take a year or two to develop behind him, and then he can start. I think that's a good role or a good opportunity for Malawach. So I really do think that'll be the pick here, just to be their long-term starting center. They have a lot of wings. They have, Barrett, Grady Dick, Jacoby Walter plays the 2, Brandon Ingram, now Scotty Barnes. Like, they got a ton of players at those positions. The one thing they need going forward is a center. So if they pass on, I think it would be wild if they pass on Malawach here. I think he's easily the best player on the board.
And if they don't take Malawach, as Arrow points out, that means the Phoenix Suns, they're at 10, could get their center of the future and solve a huge problem for them they've got receivers. So if I'm Suns, I'm like, don't take Malawach. We'll see.
It's funny? So me and Gabe were talking about prospects. If you guys don't know Gabe, he covers the Suns. We do watch parties with them for Blazers Sun games. Was talking to Gabe, and he really wants Carter Bryant, which I respect. But I was trying to talk him into, like, Malawach would be a really, really good pick for you guys, and he didn't really, see it. I was trying to talk him into why. And there's a chance that both those guys could be on the board there at 10. But I think you got Malawach at 9, and then at 10 with Phoenix. Who knows? You got Colin Murray-Bohls. They're showing on the screen right now. Phoenix has been tied to him, although I would hate that for Phoenix. I don't know why they'd go for another defender that can't shoot like they did with Ryan Dunn. They need well-rounded players. 3-and-D guys that can do a little bit of something. So I think I would love if Colin Murray-Bohls is the pick there at 10 for Phoenix. And that would leave Carter Bryant on the board at 11 for Portland. I think out of the players that Portland is likely to take, I think Carter Bryant is the guy. Portland could also go with Yaku Chonis. Yaku Chonis still there on the board. That could also be a Phoenix pick, the point guard of the future for Phoenix. Either way, Phoenix is going to have a really good option at a position in need with Yaku Chonis or Malawach. We'll see who the Raptors take here.
The 9th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray-Bohls.
Whoa!
Wow.
Wow. I hate that for Toronto. Is my mic too loud now?
I don't know.
I hate that for Toronto. I hate that for Toronto. I am not a Colin Murray-Bohls fan. He's 6'7", like 6'6.5" without shoes and cannot shoot at all. He's a really good defensive player and can pass a bit, but like Jonathan Mogbo had some decent minutes last year, and I feel like Mogbo is kind of a similar player. I think Murray-Bohls is a better prospect and young piece moving forward. I just don't really understand the logic there. Of doubling down on like that archetype when Mogbo had some solid minutes last year, was one of the most underrated rookies. I'm just not a big Colin Murray-Bohls fan for a lot of teams. Like if you don't have a stretch five, I don't like Colin Murray-Bohls. I think he needs to play next to a stretch five. He's kind of team dependent, and I don't think this was the team for him.
Once again, Ujiri takes a defensive wing that can handle the ball a little bit and can't shoot at all. Like, don't they have those archetypes? I do not like this pick at all. I mean, Colin Murray-Bohls, I think, is a solid player. He's gonna find a niche in the NBA and be fine. Man. If you're going to take a wing, Carter Bryant, or it just made so much more sense, man. I don't know.
Would you,
if swinging on the sides of a Senga?
Yeah. If Malawach is on the board at 11, would you consider him if you're Portland?
I definitely think you consider it. I mean,
you're trying to dominate defensively.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to move. You have to mate, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Knowing them, they wouldn't. Malawach would be like the fifth string center behind Duop, Rob Will, Klingon, and Ayton. But
yeah,
I mean, Malawach is a little bit more mobile than Klingon, and I think there's a chance that like one of those two develop a 3-point shot. So you'd maybe have hope that you could play them together long term, as like just a Twin Towers lineup, with Malawach being able to kind of roam a little bit, playing the defending fours. That's not the most ideal thing, but I think you would be dominant at the center position, right? Like if Klingon gets into foul trouble, having Malawach off the bench, like you just have 48 minutes of rim protection, elite rim protection, and a good lob target as well at the center position. Like the Blazers don't necessarily need to draft a starter. They kind of have their 5-man core set in place going forward. So I don't think they should necessarily shy away from the best player on the board in Malawach if he's there.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know why the Suns wouldn't take him here.
Yep.
And side note, could the NBA please change this and make it like the NFL? We do not need to have the Rockets logo on the TV. Everyone knows it's the Suns pick. Come on.
I know.
So dumb.
They need to invent a rule where like trades can become official with a designation for salary purposes. You know what I mean? Like in the off season. Because this only happens like, oh, this trade can't be official until the new league year. Okay, make it official and like with a designation of it'll be under these salaries because it goes through at this time. It's literally that simple, and you can have the Suns up on the stage. And then if you did that, then you could put trades through like right away, kind of like the NFL. That's what the NBA needs to do. But you got the Suns on the clock here at 10. They get Yaku Chonis or Malawach, both, or Carter Bryant. I mean, all three of those guys, they got some really good options here. And the Blazers are going to be sitting there at 11. And you're going to have two of those guys on the board for Portland. Also, you can take a chance with
Coward.
You can take a chance with the Senge as well. There is two players on the screen right now that I really would hate for the Blazers to take. That is Asa Newell and Thomas Sorber.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't go with either one of those guys if Malawach is on the board either. Like,
how do the Suns not take Malawach here? I know they don't always do the right thing in the draft, but like, man.
Malawach or Yakuchonis? Malawach or Yakuchonis? Deja vu. Well, it's not really deja vu. I'm not begging them to draft somebody here at 10 like I did last time with Tyrese Halliburton, but
I saw a tweet with it said it was a Suns first. It said, "Please do not take another Maryland center with wearing the number 25."
Oh, I forgot Derek Queen was even on the board, man. He could fall. He could fall like to the late teens at this point with some of the talent still left on the board.
Because it was Jalen Smith, and who was it? Alex Len.
Yeah, Alex Len.
They all wore 25. I don't know why they all wear 25, but
yeah.
Trade. Wait, trade? There's a trade. Shams tweet. Mark Williams to Phoenix.
Whoa.
Are they going to veto this trade?
They trade 10 for...
They're basically trading Malawach for Mark Williams? Because
I don't like that.
I would just take Malawach.
Just take Malawach.
Or does it say they aren't trading 10?
What would they be trading?
29 and a 2029 first, so it's one of their crappy firsts.
Okay, I don't hate this.
Malawach then. Anyway.
Malawach is gonna be there on the board for us, huh?
Oh man. So are they taking Yakuchonis or?
In the 2025 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach.
Nope, they.
From Rumek, South Sudan.
What?
The Suns just got 2 centers with one pick. Wow.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, because Mark Williams always hurt. But what the hell? I've never seen a team get 2 players at a position when they're on the clock for one single pick. That's impressive. That's impressive.
I'd like to say Malawach is better defensively, but like they're very similar.
We're talking about like a Malawach Klingon duo, and nope, Mark Williams Malawach duo. Wild stuff.
One pick, 2 centers, says Sven. Yeah, that's hilarious.
I'm not going to read chat until the Blazers make their pick, okay? I'm just going to say this right now. The Blazers are now on the clock at 11. I love Malawach for Phoenix. I was talking Gabe into it, and now, Gabe's going to love him. You got Carter Bryant on the board. You got Yakuchonis on the board. That should probably be... assuming they don't take Coward, it's Carter Bryant or it's Yakuchonis for Portland, in my opinion.
If they take Coward, you and I are both screwed, right?
I'm hyped if they take Coward.
I'm hyped if they take Coward.
But I'm pretty excited if they take Bryant or Yakuchonis here.
This is Bryant or Yakuchonis. I want them to take Bryant. Even though he is kind of duplicative of what we have already. I think he has some sneaky upside that he didn't get to show in college. I don't know if he's going to be a creator type, but super athletic, super smart on defense, patterns his game after Tamani. He said, it's just, it seems like the perfect thing. But Yakuchonis is more of a long-term thing, because Drew's up there in age. So I don't know if it doesn't really help us this year, but we know that the Blazers don't necessarily care about that with this pick. They're going to make moves like the Drew trade to solidify that part of it. Man, I guess I'm just trying to even think of who else they would take here that would make sense. It's got to be one of those two in my mind.
Am I turning it up loud enough, or should I turn it up even more? Like when the picks are announced. Should I go even louder?
People are saying more.
All right.
Louder TV. And Elizabeth Allen said it's fine. Nate is nervous, is about to be queen. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed, I think, if it's anyone other than Coward Bryant or Yaki Chonas at this point.
All right.
I really want it to be Coward, but I know it's not going to be. Bryant,
I feel like they're not going to take any of the three. Don't read chat right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't get spoiled. Don't even.
Bunch of people saying Carter Bryant sucks. Okay.
Don't read chat, man. You're gonna get spoiled.
All right. I'm done.
We gotta react together. This is a tradition.
Yeah.
A tradition that we might not get next year, with Chicago picking at 15.
Oh no, we'll be 13.
But shout out to the Suns, man. They get Mark Williams. They take a chance on him, but with his health, they get a great insurance plan and maybe somebody who will end up being better. And now they're really set at the center position now. You know, Malowicz is going to take a little time to develop too. So getting somebody like Mark Williams makes sense. I think Phoenix made out well here. That 2029 first is a very weak first. Trading 29, it's a very, very late first. The Lakers gave up much more for him.
Yeah.
Basically just gave up 2 late firsts for Mark Williams.
They pretty much had to get rid of Mark Williams at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I need to update this. The one thing, I know you can't fix it now, but maybe for next year, once you put a player in, it comes off the list.
Yeah, we'll work with it. We tried coding this in 3 days.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So basically we have these we have the best player remaining graphics are supposed to update to and recent picks, and it's all coded. This graphic is next year this will show the best remaining players based on who you've put in, Eric, and then this picks graphic as well is just broken. So a lot of time working on that.
They're talking about the...
I think so.
So one deal just happened. The number 11 overall pick is being traded from the Portland Trailblazers to the Memphis Grizzlies. So this pick coming up at 11 will be Memphis's pick.
Or traded.
The Phoenix Suns draft Malowicz, but they have also traded for center Mark Williams.
The Blazers have traded down from 11. Well, maybe not even traded down.
As well as a 2029 first-round pick. So we know the Suns have had an issue with...
Did they trade down to 16?
I don't know.
This is not the Blazers pick. This is the Memphis Grizzlies pick. Joe Cronin made 2 trades in 1 offseason.
Well, technically, traded draft picks last time, too. We'll see if any players are...
We have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Houston Rockets are trading to the Phoenix Suns the draft rights to Kaman Malowicz, the 10th pick.
Oh, they are trading?
And now,
Oh, no,
the
that's
11th
Rockets.
pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Cedric Coward from Washington State University.
So, all right. It's exactly what we wanted to hear, but we traded the pick. I told you he's a Memphis guy. I told you that last night. He is a Memphis guy.
No, we'll always have that. The Portland Trailblazers select Cedric Coward when
if he ends up being really, really good, man, after how high I've been on him, and then him wearing a Trailblazer hat for 30 seconds before he puts on a Memphis hat, Yeah, I am going to hold it over Joe Cronin forever, and that'll just be another feather in my cap. We'll see. We'll see. What did we get back? Does anybody know what we get back? Please be Jaren Jackson Jr. Could you imagine?
Great pick for Memphis, by the way. Great. That's
16, a future first in 2 seconds? All right. Okay. Okay, Joe. I don't know who we get at 16, but
what's the future first, though?
I mean, yeah. Is it one of the unprotected Orlando firsts?
I mean, if it's I doubt we're getting an unprotected. But if he is,
If he is, he's cooking. If he is, he's cooking. Imagine we get Clifford at 16. Ooh. Ooh. So Portland will be up at 16. I love Cedric Coward, by the way. Not going to talk much about this pick because of the Blazers chaos going on, but I love Cedric Coward. I've been talking about him for a while. 3-and-D, creation upside. Shout out to him, man. He played at Willamette University his first year in college. That's D3 in Salem, Oregon. And then he gets drafted by the Blazers, but doesn't end up being a Blazer. But still kind of comes full circle. Pretty cool story. Unprotected pick! Unprotected pick! Cronin is cooking. Cronin is cooking. An unprotected pick in 2 seconds. He recouped the seconds. He recouped the... To move down 5 spots, Eric?
I mean, that tells you how much teams wanted Cedric Coward, I guess.
Alrighty.
Why wouldn't any team ahead of us do that? Wow. Hey. Good job, Joe.
Good job, Joe.
If that is truly unprotected pick we just got, we finally added some assets. Like, thank you.
You know what's funny is like that pick plus the 2 seconds is pretty close to the assets they gave up for Denny.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I mean, Orlando might not. They're probably going to.
I mean, we got the best of Portland and Milwaukee, and we got Orlando, and then the next year we got the best of Portland, Milwaukee, Boston. Like, you just hope stuff breaks Portland's way, man.
So. Dang, man. We were close to getting Coward, though, but I don't think you got past that trade up.
Yeah.
I mean, he just said a 2028 first-round pick for Orlando. He didn't specifically say it's unprotected, did he?
I mean, chat was all saying unprotected, so...
I mean, it literally just says the Grizzlies are sending a number 16, a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando.
If I just got excited for nothing, I'm going to be pissed.
Because they can... Just because it's that pick doesn't mean Orlando can't... Like, New Orleans did this with us with the pick we got in the...
I'm going to be so bummed. I had so much fun yelling out unprotected pick because we got an unprotected pick. Damn, we had 3 or 4 people in chat say it's an unprotected pick, man. What do we train chat for to understand trades? Brutal. 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 Anyway. Chicago's on the clock. Y'all got me excited.
I mean, it could be. It could be.
If it is, you guys know I love it. I love it.
Why would Memphis? I mean, although...
Am I becoming a crony?
Just for the record, job with Wells from last year, now Cedric Coward on the wing. Still got Jaren Jackson and stuff. Even though he traded Bain, I think that they're They're forming a pretty good team there.
It did say unprotected, but it got edited. Oh, no. Okay, I don't feel so bad for believing Shad then. But why unprotected pick from Orlando good? Because if they get injured or stuff, you never know what can happen in 3 years. You never know what injuries can happen. Like moving down 11 to 16, getting back 2 seconds, and getting back a pick that could potentially be the number 1 overall pick is just good asset. It's good value in a trade. It's one of the best value trades Cronin has ever made. Even if that pick has light protections on it, you could still get a really good player at 16, Eric.
Okay, another trade. Hawks to Nola. Instead of just spamming trade, could someone just actually copy and paste it?
No, I like spam trade. If multiple people spam trade, we know it's legit.
No, I know, but like, can someone actually tell us what the trade is? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hawks trade 13 for 23 and a 2026 New Orleans Milwaukee most favorable.
What?
The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13 pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the number 23 pick and an unprotected 2026 first-round pick, the best of Milwaukee and New Orleans.
I'd kind of rather have that.
Holy crap!
What are these teams doing?
Because they still have Giannis, but Dame's out. Like
Dame's out. If Giannis is out at all, that is going to be a really good pick. We probably should have did that. Going to be good next
year. Yeah. Well, now that I see that pick we got better be unprotected.
Yeah. Is that unprotected?
If Cronin got fleeced into putting protections on a pick later on.
What is happening? With the 12th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Chicago Bulls select Noah
Esengay. Do we get Yaku Chonis at 16?
Carter Bryant,
Yaku Chonis, Neat Clifford are my guys right now, man. I'll be back. I'll be back in time for the next pick. I don't even think I put Chicago on the board. All right, there's Atlanta. All right.
All right, Phoenix Suns. We're the... hold on, I can fix this ticker here. Is the ticker updating for you guys when I fix it? Bulls take... Where is this thing? There he is. I'm going to switch this 11th pick to Memphis. Update. And then the 16th now is the Blazers. Update. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Key error. Uh-oh. Of course it's oh, where did Tori go? Why does it show Kings at 13? All right, the Hawks traded that to the New Orleans Pelicans. Okay. And then...
All right, what'd I miss?
So when I put Portland in at 16, gave me some error message, but I think it fixed itself. 23 now belongs to Atlanta. Why are these not in alphabetical order? Okay.
Yeah. You can start typing. You can start typing, and I think it'll like show you the.
Oh, okay.
Wait, 16's Orlando? 16's Orlando on the ticker.
I just changed it.
Gotcha. Wait, we have 16 still, yeah?
Yeah. Well, so when I hit update on that pick, it says key error at Blazers Uprise draft controller. Select team.
Gotcha.
But it shows on mine, it shows Portland Trail Blazers as the pick. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so wait, if we... Oh, I fixed the best remaining players graphic. Nice. We'll use that.
Earl Lloyd, Nat Sweetwater Clifton, 3 NBA pioneers, the league's first black players who 75 years ago made history. As we continue to welcome the next generation of players into the league tonight, we also celebrate the accomplishments of the legends who came before them. Chuck, Kevin, Jatan, your fathers hold a special place in the creation of the modern NBA. They were courageous. They showed resolve. And they represent a
That is really loud.
that continues today.
The rapper was?
Yeah.
All I've eaten the last 2 days is like one small bowl of spaghetti.
Thank you.
That's how busy I've been trying to get this stream up, man. If we take Neek at 16, I'm gonna be really excited. Wait, so we get one of Neek, Bryant, or Neek, Carter Bryant, or Yakuchonis?
No, there's still 3 picks in front of us.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
13, 14, 15. Yeah.
Or Derek Queen.
Yeah, hopefully Queen goes on one of those picks, and there's still Baron J is how they said it on the Jan Baron J.
Sorry. Oh, I thought I muted my mic. Why do I have a feeling we're going to take Ace and Newell, man? It's just my gut feeling. That's my Kevin Knox instincts, is what I call them now. My Kevin Knox instincts are saying, yeah. Ace and Newell. I would hate Ace and Newell. We got 1,000 people in here. What's going on? We got an
What's up,
Atlanta
everyone?
Hawks to New Orleans pick right now.
2025 NBA Draft. The Atlanta Hawks select Derek Queen,
Derek Queen. Well,
University of Maryland.
There's your Zion insurance.
so the Pelicans got Queen and Fears in this draft.
Yeah. And they gave up an unprotected pick in next year's loaded
That could
draft to
be
do so. That
yeah,
that could end up being a horrific trade for them.
it really
but
could.
like you just said, now that pick is over and it wasn't Bryant, Yakuchonis, or Clifford, one of those 3 is guaranteed to be on the board.
One of those 3 needs to be a Blazer.
Yakuchonis and Bryant are who we thought they were going to pick at 11. If they got word that possibly one of them was going to still be on the board at 16 just by talking to other teams, and got extra first and seconds
Yeah.
for it. Got to give them props for doing their homework there and getting their guy still. If it is Clifford, I think it's just simply the guy can play, and
Yeah.
he can come in and play pretty much immediately. I think become a off the bench rotation player day one, and so I think you see their win now mode kick in there. So it's just gonna
back to super duper win now mode. Love
depend on who goes in between there to see if it does come down to Brian or Yakuchonis if one of those guys is left, or if both of those guys go here in the next couple picks.
The two picks before us are San Antonio and OKC.
Yeah. Okay. Someone who, for some reason, is down draft boards, but I could definitely see the Blazers taking now that they're at 16 instead of 11, is Rasheer Fleming, and I'll come back to that being fine with me too. Yeah.
I gotta make more bottom graphics.
Man, what a weird draft for the Pelicans.
I love how all the rumors were about top 10 picks, and then right when we got out of the top 10, it was just chaos.
That's what happened the year when like Lively got traded, and there was like a bunch of traded Cason Wallace, and
OKC never ended up trading up. They'll probably trade one of their picks for like future draft capital, especially with how bad teams apparently want to get into this range of the draft. Could Portland trade down again?
That's certainly possible. I don't know.
It's like there's a decent amount of talent still left on the board.
They
trade down like another 4 spots.
They finally made a move to add assets in this rebuild. That's
I know.
crazy.
They won't trade players for picks, but they'll trade picks for picks. It's so funny, man. It's so funny.
Do you like Danny Wolf? I do like his skill set for some teams. I'm not... With the Blazers trying to build a defensive identity, I'd rather them go after a defensive big.
Agreed.
I could get like the Thunder and Lightning, 2 different skill set centers in Wolf and Klingon. I just prefer if they're both good defenders, because that's what makes everything happen. Defensively, I think.
What does it always feel like through the last 12 years we have the 16th pick a lot? Because then we take Luke Babbitt with that pick, and then we trade that pick for Robert Covington. Wasn't there another year? I don't know. Adam Silver's coming to the podium.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Carter Bryant from the University of Arizona.
Carter Bryant is a San Antonio Spur. That's a great pick for them. They had to be thrilled that he was there at 14.
Yeah, Harper and Bryant, that's a great draft for them. Great draft. We knew we were screwed when they got the top 4 pick.
I'm surprised Yakuchonis has fallen so far. Does OKC take him after taking Topic last year?
I don't think they can. I don't.
Nick Clifford is such a Thunder player, but who else could even be in play here? Let me pull up the
Berenger, Renault, Sorber, is Newell.
Did you update the Queen pick? Do you want to update these 2 picks? Let me know, and I'll pop up the best remaining players.
Wait, why does it say this?
What does it say?
It has Atlanta at 14.
I don't know. We'll be able to flesh it out during the off season.
14 was San Antonio Spurs. That's why it didn't give like the traded team.
16 for 19 and 26? Should the Blazers do that? 19 and 27? That could be kind of fun. That could be a move.
15, it says Miami Heat.
Oh. I don't know. If I can get an answer.
And then, so I'll try this again, but yeah, it gives me an error every time I put Blazers in at 16.
Got you. I'll try and get that resolved. Last year I couldn't even keep up with updating the ticker, so this is much, much better.
Yeah. I don't know, because the Trailblazers are like all one word. I don't know if it's like coming up with an error or something. But...
yeah, maybe. I mean, but Portland was set for 11th, so I don't think it would. Unless, like, it was good on the back end with the way it was set, and then, like, the front end, it was set differently.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway. If you can just update the players at least, then I can show the best remaining.
Yeah.
All right, so the best remaining prospects.
Bryant was not good. Glad he isn't here.
Bryant is a really good prospect. You're just overreacting to him not having much of a role on a good team. He's like an 18, 19-year-old. I think you got to chill a little bit. All right, so we got OKC on the clock at 15. We'll see what they do. They have 15 and 24. They have a roster spot crunch, so I think they'll trade one of their 2 picks. If I'm Portland, I'm seeing if Brooklyn wants to trade up from 19 to 16. I think at 19, you could still maybe get Nick Clifford. You got Yakuchona still on the board. Rasheer Fleming could be a solid pick there. Yakuchonis, I don't think will fall to 19. I'm shocked he's still here. If Yakuchonis and Clifford are on the board, who's your pick at 16, Eric?
Like who I would pick or who the Blazers?
Who would you pick?
I'd probably take Yakuchonis.
Yeah, I would too. And then I don't know, you just have him kind of ride the bench for a year, figure out what you do with Drew. Like, it's just if you could tell me, like,
I do have Fleming as the highest rated player on my board, but
I don't know. Yeah, we differ on that. On that a little bit, but if you could tell me, like, oh yeah, coming out of this draft, all right, the Blazers have the 11th pick, and they get Kasparis Yakuchonis, I'd be like, okay, wow, he fell to 11. Oh, but they also get a future first and 2 seconds. Like, it's great value. Now, I don't know what the protections might be on that first. Fleming is best fit. Please no guards. I mean, if you have somebody that's like clearly the best prospect on the board, it could be a mistake to draft for fit.
Let's also keep in mind we have Grant still on the roster. We have Denny and Tamani are obviously locked in at the starting forward spots. So we have 3 forwards.
Yeah.
We have 3 guards. We have 2 centers. It's, in my opinion, that leads you to draft best player on your board, not position. I don't care about position. You can make the case that any position is clustered or logjam or whatever. So yeah, I guess technically 3 centers, but Robo's going to be hurt all the time. So, um, so yeah. I mean, if they took like Maxime Renault or someone like that, I wouldn't. I don't think it's like a horrible pick or something. Like I could see the vision in whatever they do right now. I don't. Besides, like Drew, you could maybe try to like save his productivity, his energy a little bit by not playing him as much or resting him. Like you mentioned last night, maybe back to backs. Just throughout the season, give him some rest days. There's going to be injuries at some point. You need a fourth guard eventually. Yeah, so I don't mind taking a guard. I wouldn't. I know Blazer fans are conditioned to be like another guard every time, but like we did just trade Anthony, and the guard we did get, even though he is a starting caliber guard, he is in the twilight of his career. It's not like he's in his prime is going to be with us long term. So if I'm the Blazers, I'm just picking best player available right now, and I think both in their mind and in most people's mocks at this point, it's Yakuchonis. If he doesn't go 15.
I put the wrong graphic on the board, by the way.
The picks are coming up.
Yep. Thomas Sorber.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's actually a sneaky good pick for them, I think.
I did not want Thomas Sorber. I've not been a Thomas
No,
Sorber fan.
I didn't want him either, but defensive metrics graded out really good.
Mm-hmm.
And
he'll probably end up being good because I don't like him.
He's got super long arms. They're going to have – there's going to be cap casualties along the way, so if you just have Sorber for a couple of years until you have to get rid of, like, Hartenstein or whatever, I think that's – and Sorber can play inside. Chet's more of an outside player. I think they mesh well together, so I like that pick for the Thunder.
Yep. I gotta fix this graphic.
So Blazers are up. I think it's 100% Yakuchonis. And I think we're gonna hear Joe Cronin at his press conference tonight or whenever he does his press conference. He's going to say, we got who we were going to take at 11 and we got extra value. I think that's what they're going to say.
I mean, I don't even have a problem with him saying that. Like, Yakuchonis is a fine
that's
pick
true.
at 11, and getting him at 16, I'm shocked he fell. There was a point last season Yakuchonis was playing so well that he was like fifth on a lot of big boards, including ours. Like, there was a stretch last season. He looked really, really good, man.
There was a stretch where we had like a top 5 with him in it, and we were saying like these are for sure the top 5 players in the draft as of now. And that of course changed, but yeah.
I think you have to take him. I think you have to take him. It is such insane value. He should not be here at 16. I know it's a fourth guard, but Holiday's not going to be here long term. You still need 3 guards. And
he's different than the
third
guard
overall pick on him. Yeah, and he can play next to Sharp. He can play next to Scoot. And if he ends up being super, super good and supplants one of them, that's a good problem to have. Like, I would rather, if we're going to have 3 young guards, I'd rather have, like, the third guard be the youngest one, be the 16th overall pick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He did measure 6'4" and a 3/4 without shoes.
Yeah, so
doesn't have the greatest
6'5".
wingspan, 6'7" and 7. So he's got taller than Scoot, but shorter wingspan. 8'3.5" standing reach.
If we take Asa Newell, you will see me crash out. You will see me crash out, man. I'm just warning you, chat. All right.
Fit wise, I don't know. Like him and Scoot might have some issues together in the backcourt, but is too good. He did fall off. So he did have an arm injury, and his numbers drastically fell off after that injury. It was night and day prior to the injury, after the injury.
Mhm.
It's supposedly healed up now, and everything's good. And with all the rumors about teams like Boston wanting to trade up for Yakuchonis, it seems weird that he would fall. He'd be the one that fell.
Yeah. Maybe we trade this pick.
What
with Jalen Brown.
if we take Baron J?
I mean, it's Yakuchonis, Nick Clifford. I'm okay with. That's where I'm at. Anything else, I don't really like here.
Oh, I'd be okay with Fleming, but I know you're.
Yeah, I just have a much higher grade on Yakuchonis and Clifford. Man, I'm nervous, guys. Are you nervous? Are you nervous? The pick is in. The Blazers have made their pick. How's Yakuchonis still only the third best player on Jay Billis's board?
Who was ahead of him?
I don't know. I think Newell and I don't know who else. Well, who are they?
All right, I'm gonna go away.
Don't look at chat. Don't get spoiled.
This has to be a trade. Yeah. Sorry, chat. I am shying away for a second.
Oh, they're talking to Cooper Flag. Why do you look like Franz Wagner from the side? What's the goatee, man? I didn't recognize Cooper Flag because he's rocking the goatee. And was looking to the side too. I'm tripping. Oh god, this is gonna be the longest on the clock ever, huh? Just waiting in suspense, man. You guys know what we want here at 16. We'll see if Cronin has an A+ draft in our minds or not. If he drafts Yakuchonis or Clifford, it's an A. It's an A. If he drafts anyone else for me, goes down to at best a B+.
Sorry, I just got a message. Do you want, without spoiling who it is, do you want me to tell you what it says?
Without spoiling?
Yeah, it was 2 words.
What?
Do you want me to say?
Well,
it's
if
not,
you're going to
it's
spoil
not the
it,
name. It's not the name. It's just 2 words.
Is it going to spoil it at all? Because the pick's about to be...
It might spoil it for you expecting it to be Yakuchonis, maybe?
So it's not going to be Yakuchonis, okay.
It just said left field. If you know what that means.
Left field? Yes, I know what that means. I used that on the Drew trade. Spoiler. You spoiled! Why is this taking so long, man? Left field? So we're getting a baseball player? We're getting the next Pat Connaughton?
I'm scared to ask what that means.
They're going to pass on Yakuchonis and Clifford? Who would be out of left field? Serif? Who's your guess, Eric? Who's out of left field?
This is...
Hansen Yang? Behringer? Is that out of left field enough?
No, I don't think Baron J is out of left field. I think it's someone you just said.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Young Hansen from Zibo, China, and the Qingdao Eagles.
Hansen Yang.
Okay.
You gotta be kidding me, right? You gotta be kidding me, right?
I really like Hansen Yang a lot, but this is weird, man.
What the fuck? What the hell is he doing?
At least we got a
The
20...
second I thought he was cooking, Eric! The second I thought he was cooking!
He can't fully cook, Tori.
What is wrong with him? What is wrong with him? Oh my god. I mean, I guess... I don't... Dude,
Well, no,
I wouldn't have even traded 11 for that Orlando pick and the rights to Hansen Yang.
what I don't get is why not trade down
Can't
again?
play with Klingon. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Of course, there's one person in chat who likes this pick. One person.
Brother. I mean, like, he was one of the highest upside second round picks, but I say second round pick. You passed on Yaku Chonis for Hansen Yang.
You had him 26 on my board, so late first rounder. I really like what he showed at the combine.
He can't play with Klingon.
No, he can't at all. But
They
I mean,
literally cannot play together.
he's a very high basketball IQ player.
This is such a weird pick, dude.
I
This
would've-
is
I
a
would've-
weird offseason.
I would have really liked this pick if we traded down again or traded from 11 back into like the 20s and got him. But it just seems weird at 16. This seems like a huge reach, man.
I'm glad I guessed it when you said left field. That pick better be unprotected. What the hell? You could have had Coward. You could have filled an obvious need. I like the trade, but why would you take Hansen?
It doesn't say anything on the screen right now that it's protected, but
What in the world, Eric? What the
Face Girls is our summer league will be elite. Hansen Yang is going to lead us to the summer league title, Tori.
Why would you pass on Yaku Chonis for Hansen Yang, bro? Could you imagine? Before the draft? Yeah, they're going to pass on Yaku Chonis for Hansen Yang.
They also passed on Carter Bryant and Coward at 11.
I mean, they traded down, so they got an asset, but like...
Wait, why did
that wasn't left field, that was a different universe.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, it was definitely left field.
The thing is, for a second...
Would you rather have Asa Newell?
For a second, I thought it was somebody different than Hansen Yang because he said Yang Hansen.
Yeah.
I was like, who the hell? Oh, that's Hansen Yang.
This has Detroit at 17. This is really throwing me off.
I don't know. Yeah. We got Minnesota on the clock. I keep opening Streamlabs trying to go back to OBS. All right, here we go with Minnesota's pick at 17. They get Nick Clifford or Yaku Chonis.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Johan Biranji from Strasbourg, France.
Is that how you say his name?
Club in Slovenia.
That's how I'm trying to say it. Yeah.
Johan Berenje.
Baranj. He said it different than that.
Last season in Slovenia, and
Oh, the ticker's down.
but he actually began playing basketball.
How far is Yaku Chonis gonna fall, bro?
So the Celtics at 32.
What is up with Yaku Jonas falling like this? I'm very confused. Okay, there we go. We got the ticker back. Even if it's wrong, as long as the players are right, I guess.
No, it should be right.
Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, let me put a... Judy luring a potential Chinese
Jerry May with a
buyer.
$2. All right. Honestly, Tori, that's not a bad theory.
That's actually
I kind of like that theory, but still, why not trade down again and get another?
Hey, man.
Are they just? Is this like a? Man, I can't even think of his name. Who was that guy that? He's from the Philippines, I think. That Gabe did like 8,000 videos on it.
I don't even remember his name. Yeah.
Who was that guy, chat? Is that all it was? Is just to get the...
Wasn't it like Kai Soto? Was that his name?
Kai Soto, was that it? Yeah.
What the hell, man? Yeah, okay, you guys are going to trade Ant for Drew Holiday and then draft Hansen Yang in the first round. In the middle of the first round.
Well, we drafted a center last year.
After drafting a center last year. Well, we didn't get Malawach to be our 5th string center, but we got Hansen Yang to be our 5th string center. They'll get rid of Reed. He'll be the 4th string center next year.
Meringue and not Danny M. Both love this pick, so...
Meringue would love anything this team does, dude. I mean, this is just proof of it. Basically, it's like, Joe told him this guy's really good. He's like, okay. He will never criticize anything that this team ever does, and it's obvious. I don't know. Maybe he's the next Jokic. I mean, there's a chance he ends up being really good. I just don't really understand, like...
He's probably too skinny to be Jokic, but he does have that kind of cerebral, like passing, really like thoughtfulness to his game. Like he
looked good at the combine. He's not a terrible player by any means. Like he's a solid player. It's just like value wise is wild taking him that early, I think.
I mean, I guess he's not playing this year, but...
Who's the 21st pick?
What?
Who's the 21st pick?
In what draft?
This draft. 21st pick.
We're at 18.
I know, I'm making the graphic.
Oh, who has the pick?
Who has the... Yeah.
I thought you were saying who got picked at 21. I'm like, sorry, we're not at 21 yet.
Who's the 21st pick?
I can't go off that list. It's Utah.
Utah, okay. I keep forgetting they have 21. Oh my,
Washington, Brooklyn, Miami are the next 3.
At least you warned me, because I would have crashed out even harder if I didn't have time to prepare. Okay, I appreciate that actually, because I needed to prepare for that one, because what in the world? I mean, he's a drop big. We love drop scheme.
I mean, he's got a good skill set. It just seems like a reach at 16.
It is a reach at 16.
Yeah.
Like, I will comfortably bet that Yaku Jonas ends up being a better player. You got Washington at 18.
They got Trey Johnson earlier.
Yeah.
They could get Yaku Jonas and Trey Johnson.
Yaku Jonas, Trey Johnson, Bub Carrington, 3-guard lineup of the future.
That's a hell of a 3-guard lineup. Yeah. I do that because they I still don't know if even though I said earlier, if they take Trey Johnson, they probably think Bub's a point guard, but
now they can take a point guard and make him a small forward.
Yeah.
Hansen Yang is insane.
I Tyler J says it's weird chat said his name way before your text. I I got the text several minutes before I said anything. I was debating whether to say something or not. But yeah, why was okay? So we weren't looking at chat. Why was chat spoiling picks then? Why did you guys spoil the Hansen?
Yeah,
Yang?
who spoiled picks? Who do we need to ban?
Do we need to go back and ban everyone that said Hansen Yang? In case you don't see right on here, welcome into the 2025 NBA draft. Please don't spoil picks or post fake rumors. So I'm asking you again, please let us react to the picks. If you want to watch ahead of us, that is fine, but please don't say anything in chat until we have a chance to react to them.
Yes.
Jackson said he deleted like 30 messages.
I need a list of names.
Casey Darnell says, permaban Cronin, please. Oh, yeah, can't.
Cronin, come here so we can permaban you. Oh, I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce says he follows the rules. Good job.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that. Okay. I thought he was coming to the podium.
Tyler J., there are people that spoil picks on Twitter.
Yeah, unfortunately. Is this pick traded to Utah? Is that what he's saying?
Nathan says, do you think it could mean we're doing
18
Grant.
to Utah.
a Grant for Barrett trade soon since we didn't draft a wing? Why if we're trading Grant for Barrett, that's a wing for a wing. Why would it matter that we didn't draft a wing if we're trading a wing for a wing? I don't understand the question. Sorry, Nathan. Can we discuss the problems with Yaku? These GMs and people are dropping it for a reason. Yeah, he fell off during the season.
I already know this pick just because ESPN is making it very obvious.
Utah got Ace Bailey earlier. This is like what they did with Colin Murray-Bohls at 9. Yeah, okay. Let me just say for the record, I do like Yang. It's just a weird pick for the Blazers in the middle of the first round versus, yeah.
I liked other players on the board much more than Yang. You know how I said this draft was going to be a litmus test for the Blazers scouting under Mike Schmitz? Eric?
Yeah.
This pick is it.
I mean, what if he's good, though?
If he's good, then okay, well, they are props to them. If he doesn't end up being good, oh my goodness. Did they completely botch this pick? This pick will basically, I think, write the narrative on like how good the scouting department is. For better or worse.
Thank you, Mind Over Matter. He says, per Jake Fisher, a Nuggets source texted him saying the words Chinese Jokic when the Blazers took Hansen in. I mean, that's putting up unrealistic.
He doesn't handle the ball like Jokic did coming into the draft. And also, you can always squint and compare somebody to Jokic before he came into the league and try and say, like, oh, this is the next one. But Jokic is a freaking unicorn. All right. Utah.
The Portland Trail Blazers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to Cedric Coward, the 11th pick.
This is crazy.
And the Grizzlies are trading to the Trail Blazers the draft rights to Jan Hansen, the 16th pick. And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr.
Yep.
from the University of Florida.
So Walter Clayton Jr. to Utah. Utah took Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. They're getting some scoring punch, man. ESPN made that obvious that that was going to be the pick, so no surprise there. He doesn't go 20 to Miami. He rises all the way up to 18. What do you think of this pick, Eric?
I don't like it as much for a team that's in a rebuild. I thought he'd be better on like Orlando or Miami or someone trying to win now. But I mean, he's a really good player, and I think they still need like a lead guard, especially if they deal not Claxton. What is his freaking name? Who's their point guard?
Who, Utah?
The one they got from the Cavs a couple years ago. Why am I having trouble today?
Sexton?
Yeah, Colin Sexton. Thank you. Especially if they move him. They need a lead guard, and I think Clayton can do that. So, yeah. They have like a really good safe pick here, and they swung for the fences with Ace Bailey. Not a horrible strategy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Clayton,
I'm still shook. I'm still
Clayton's
so
a baller, man.
Yeah, I like Clayton. He's fun, man. I like this pick for them. They need scoring punch, like offensive upside, and they got that with Bailey and Clayton. So
Yang is under clutch.
oh, we did a favor for Clutch. I'm kidding. If you don't know my sarcasm, then welcome to Blazers Uprise.
All right, so this
I'll be back. I need to take a walk.
Yeah, you did. Utah. Just updating the board here. Oh, chill. All right, chat. Let's get into this. How you doing? How are you feeling? Daniel says even the dog knows Cronin effed up and was whining about it. Yep. Yeah. Braden says bad. Camden terrible. Mount Hood says I was so excited. Uppers are not too good. Bruce Davis says he's good. That's good. Right, the kid says, can he at least shoot like Jokic? He can shoot a little bit. He's not a bad player. I'm. It's just really weird that he went all the way up to 16. And like someone, I forgot who this was, so sorry to not give them credit, but someone said maybe they got wind that someone was going to take him in the late teens or something, and we had to take him there if we wanted him. And that might prove to be true. At least we traded down and got some assets. I just think with Yakutonis, with Fleming, Clifford still on the board. There's some other centers with some interesting offensive skill sets like Renault and Wolf that I don't know. Let me see. So Yang, he did measure a legit 7'1" with 7'2" wingspan, 7'2" and 3/4. So not only a 9'3" standing reach. It's good, but it's not great for someone who's 7'1", I guess. But both him and Klingon are massive human beings, and if that's just the plan to like have an intimidating presence in the game near the rim at all times, I guess I can kind of see the vision. It's just kind of weird. Elizabeth Allen says Eric.
All right, so we got Brooklyn Is Brooklyn going to draft 5 players in the first round? Because they haven't traded up.
Right.
Brooklyn has 19, 22, 26, and 27.
Brett Siegel on the Hansen Yang pick at 16 for Portland. Now, keep in mind, Brett Siegel's hit or miss. Take this with a great assault. Much like my inside information, same thing. But a NBA front office member had this to say: "That is the wildest pick I've ever seen. Those jobs up there are on the line." Wow. That's a ringing endorsement. Wow. Nice. All you can do is laugh. You can just laugh, right?
Yeah, it's you know what it's similar to? It's similar to the Kings taking Yorgos Papagiannis at 13. Where's the remote? Here we go with Brooklyn.
Hopefully it's better than Papagiannis.
This has to be Yakuchonis.
NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traore.
Is Yakuchonis ever going to get drafted?
Oh, he's going to Miami here.
One-time basketball.
Traore, what is this draft? What did this draft become? It was so normal.
It's a good pick for...
It was so normal for the first 10 picks, and then the Mark Williams trade, like, screwed up the league in the head. I like it. I like Traore for Brooklyn. I don't understand the Yakuchonis.
Although...
Traore looks like hoop intellect, by the way. Go on.
Yeah, he does, man. Shout out to Keandre. He got a shout out from Bill Simmons the other day.
Yeah, that was cool to see.
Anyways, yeah. Curry and Dement, though, that's... I mean, I guess they could play together.
That's why I like Yakuchonis more for them. Yakuchonis is more off ball than Traore, and just a better prospect, I think. But Traore was a projected top 5 pick coming into the year, early on in the season. Kind of struggled overseas. He was amazing at the Hoop Summit last year in Portland.
You could argue he was one of the best players on the court.
Yeah,
and that's when I really started to like him. And then he had a horrendous... He had an Anthony Simons-esque start to his season. Did play better as the season went on.
This pick is for the Blazers.
It's got you shook, man.
It's Mike Schmitz putting his reputation on the line, I think. They drafted Chris Murray at 23, and it was like, I thought that was terrible. They drafted Hansen Yang at 16. It's like, what the F? Every other pick has been obvious. Blazer fans act like the Blazers scouting department is just amazingly good because they have Mike Schmitz. And listen, I like Mike Schmitz. I loved his work with Draft Express. But just because you know the guy doesn't mean that he's great compared to every other scouting department that gets paid to scout for a living. So it's a very bold pick. If it pans out, he's going to look like a genius. If it doesn't pan out, they're going to look ridiculously bad.
The only thing is they'll say, at least we got 2028 first and 2 seconds. Can you imagine if they just took him at 11? I wonder how close they were to doing that.
Oh, God, dude.
Well, the other thing is, too, if Coward is a star, if Yakuchonis ends up being a good player, if Carter Bryant ends up being good, Asenge, Derek Queen, I mean, there's several players that they passed up on to do this.
All for a guy that can't play with the guy that they drafted 7th overall and apparently had number 1 overall on their board last year. It's just a bad pick. It's just a bad pick, man. I am comfortable right now sitting here saying like it's a bad pick. It might end up being a great pick. But right now, that pick looks so insane.
Can anyone tell me, did Utah trade 21 to Washington in that trade earlier?
Yeah. Can somebody let us know? That'd be greatly appreciated. Because I have to make a graphic for this pick.
Can we get a grade, Tori? Says Fort Blazer Fool.
Of the draft as a whole?
I think of the Blazers pick.
The pick?
Yeah.
D-.
Oh, yeah. My YouTube froze.
That's not good. I gotta be honest, I don't trust this front office at this point in time, man. I heard this. Yeah.
Do you want to hear what one Danny Meringue is pushing?
Yeah, I would love to.
All right.
This is basically state-run media, by the way, guys. So here's the propaganda, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, here we go. This is via Danny Meringue. Multi-gun posted this in chat. Great passer for his size, incredible vision, good touch around the rim, and great shot blocker. There was concern other teams in his range were going to take him if the Blazers didn't take him.
Okay.
My Project 13, who's giving up on the Blazers. There's a difference between being disappointed and...
Who's picking at 21? I have no idea. Did chat ever answer? Chat, who's picking at 21? Is it Washington? Did they trade down from 18 to 21?
So just
Utah's sending number 21 and 43 and 2 future seconds to Washington. Okay.
So just for the record, I see Buck and Odin saying the Blazers haven't posted anything about him yet. So with trades until they're official, they're not allowed to post anything from their official site. So
yeah, but also why would you draft that guy at 16 to trade him if it wasn't immediate?
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Kasparis Yakuchonis from Vilnius, Lithuania, and the University of Illinois.
Jeez, dude.
freaking Heat.
Nicknamed KJ.
How did they get the Yakuchonis at 20, bro? What?
There is something to be said, like that, just like, oh, they got lucky, that's not a good job. But it's like the smart front offices just make the obviously good choice. You see it, like, in football, too. Like, the Eagles always just get, how does this guy fall to the Philadelphia Eagles? And then they take him. Yeah, well, guess what? The worst front offices will have that guy fall to him, and they'll be like, no, you know what? What's the most convoluted pick we could make?
Because teams will take Hansen Yang or Yang Hansen ahead of him.
I don't even know. Yeah. I don't know, man. Anyway.
Hold on just...
Fun times, chat. Nick Clifford's still on the board. Can we, like, trade back into the first round and just make it better? Make it all better? And just say we drafted Nick Clifford at 16 and, like, Hansen Yang at, like, 22? I can't believe it. If the Thunder get Nick Clifford at 24... Why would they draft... why would they draft somebody that can't play next to Klingon? Why would they value that? That's a reach. It's like 20 picks higher than he should have went, and he can't play next to Klingon. You know what
funny.
I mean? Like
No, I'm laughing because Trevor Williams says Cronin is monitoring the stream and like they're giving you praise, and he's like, "Hold my beer, Yang at 16."
That's the thing with people that are like, you always want to be so negative about Joe Cronin, man. I am always ready to give him praise if it makes sense. He always finds a way to piss me off. He always finds a way. I'll literally be sitting here like, oh God, we're going to trade for Kevin Knox. I can't stand Kevin Knox. And then we'll trade for Kevin freaking Knox. It'll be like, oh, please don't draft Chris Murray at 23. He drafts Chris Murray at 23. Oh, you want Jakob Jonas or Nick Clifford because they're obviously going to be at least solid role players? No. Here's Hansen Yang. Can't play with Klingon and it was a second round grade. And yeah, maybe teams loved him, I guess. Like, whatever. He just finds a way. He finds a way to make me mad. That's why I always like to preface stuff. Like, I would love this pick. If they could get Jakob Jonas or Clifford here at 16, like, that's an A-grade draft. And then it's like, oh, what's the weirdest pick we can make so we can make Torrey not a crony? I thought I was turning into a crony for a second.
Were either the seconds this year? I don't believe so, because usually they say, like, pick number, whatever. Yeah. And they just said 2 seconds, so I'm assuming no.
Guys, we don't realize Cronin had a top 3 grade on him. I mean, you got to know, like,
he could end up being a really good player. This could be a good pick. It's just,
I mean, the thing is it's him or it's Klingon long term.
Yeah, it's like taking a drop center, a rim protecting center. It does, like, you can make the argument, okay, Klingon and him can just split time, and you always have a good rim protector on the floor, a smart player on the floor at all times. But still have 8 and 2, and also that's like the one thing they could have done that leads to not being able to play your 2 recent first round picks at the same time. And I think that's weird to use a first round pick, that high of a pick, to do that. Take a drop center two years in a row. I don't know. Because if you take Clifford, if you take Jakob Jonas, those guys can play multiple positions and they can play with anyone else on your roster. It doesn't matter positionally, really. It just feels weird that we would put so much stock into having 2 of those guys when that's the one thing, like I said, you can't play at the same time.
I've always said I want a change of pace option behind Klingon, right? I've always said I want a change of pace option, somebody that's more mobile. That's the other funny thing is, like, the radio dude that's praising this on Twitter, like, always screamed about how the Blazers need a mobile center. And loved the Ayton pickup because he's more mobile than Nurkic. But they double down on the opposite. He still loves it. That's King Crony right there. It just doesn't make any sense. So he's not a change of pace option. He doesn't allow you to play in different ways. If Klingon gets played off the floor or whatever against a really quick lineup, guess what? You can't play Hansen Young, or however you say his name. You can't play him in that situation. Who are you going to turn to if you have to match up against a more mobile team long term? You're muted.
Sorry, my wife sprayed pesticide in the backyard, and then my dog is like wanting to go out, but she cannot go out back out there.
Yeah.
Do
you know what I'm saying though? Like, do you agree?
Yeah. I do agree with that. Um. Yeah. Blazers going to solidify this offseason with RJ Barrett.
I mean,
Maybe, hopefully they trade Aiden now, but I think
if they use drafting Yang to let Klingen start and trade Ayton next year, I won't hate it as much. So that pick reminds me of when the Kings took Papagiannis at 13. You remember that?
yeah.
That did not pan out for them at all. At all. Here we go with Washington's pick at 21 from Utah.
Silver for the 21st pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Will Riley from Kitchener.
Oh yeah, Will Riley.
And the University of Illinois.
Will Riley to Washington. They just got another Keontae George. Or Keyshawn George.
Yeah.
That was like my comp for Will Riley was Keyshawn George.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of funny. I almost took him in our mock draft for Washington, I think last night, and then I was like, wait, no, they have Keyshawn George. But, I mean, he's positionally versatile.
That's an upside play. I mean, he had a very up and down season. At times looked like he could shoot the crap out of the ball, and then other times he looked like he was struggling mightily to hit a shot.
Yeah, he did. He was very inconsistent, but that's kind of similar to Keyshawn George. I think this is the right team for him. I think this is a good team for him. I think this is a solid pick.
All right, who's up at 22? We have Brooklyn again.
Will they trade a pick?
They got this pick for taking on Terrence Mann the other day. All right,
Getting Clifford
Brooklyn,
for taking on Terrence Mann.
Brooklyn, New Orleans, OKC are the next three.
I would be seeing if you could trade the worst 2029 first and the seconds you got back from trading down to get back into the first round of this draft to take Fleming or Nick Clifford. People freaking out and they have zero idea what's coming or if this kid can play. Dude, I started talking about Hansen Yang before like literally anybody. I started talking about him, I think, last season. The person that said that comment, you just want to kiss Cronin's ass, man. Like, it's a weird pick for many reasons. He could end up being good, but still, he won't be able to play next to Klingen. He's the same type of player as Klingen, just probably a little bit worse. And value-wise, he was projected as a late first to early second round pick. You can't argue any of that. All that stuff is true. Now, if they somehow just hit a home run and got an all-star or something, then yeah, they'll look like geniuses, and I'll sit there and I'll be like, you know what? That's why they get paid to do that job instead of me. But the last time I was this annoyed about a pick, it was Chris Murray at 23, and he has not panned out at all. That pick has been exactly what I thought that pick would be. So it's one of those things where it is very fair to criticize this organization for being as high as they are on Donovan Klingen and then drafting a player that can't play next to him much earlier than he probably should have been drafted, that doesn't provide you any different look. It doesn't provide you a different look. So in matchups where in the playoffs that we're trying to get to, guess what? You're going to face some really quick teams and you're not going to be able to play one of these centers. Long term, it's like, who's going to be your backup? I do not like the combination of Klingen to Yang. Because if you face quick teams that you can't play a drop big against, you're not playing either of those guys. So the archetype is very weird on top of the value being very, very weird.
Tyler J says, do we know DA's reaction? Was he stoked like he was last year for us drafting a center replacement?
More young guys to block. He's thrilled, probably. Let me get the right graphic up here.
On Patel says this is a good pick. Y'all hating this guy is way better scoring than Klingon. I like Hansen Yang. I've said that.
I don't think any of these people, I really like this pick, had him as a top 16 player before this. I think it's the Blazers drafted this guy. How can I defend him?
I had him at 26, and that was higher than a lot of people.
Yeah. I don't think any of these people had a lottery grade on the guy. That's the problem. The Blazers could pick literally, the worst player in the draft that's projected to not even get a two-way contract, and people would find a way to excuse it. I'm fully convinced of that. Now, if you did have a lottery grade on him before, then okay, sure. Then yeah, you can pump the gas for him. But yeah, he was the consensus 34th ranked prospect. The Blazers took him at 16. And it's not like he compliments the guy they took at 7th last year. It's an either-or type pick long term if both pan out.
Connor Messing says, you guys are so negative. I literally had him at 32. It's only 16 spots early. Jeez. I hope that's sarcasm. But
It is.
Yeah. See, once again, there's two things could be true. They could be really high on Hansen Yang, but you have to factor in what they just did. And that is they made either the 16th pick they just picked or their 7th pick last year, as long as they're with the Blazers, a full-time backup. So they used one of their first-round picks, either last year or this year, as a backup.
Yeah.
There's no other way to go around that. There's nothing else you can say. They cannot play on the court together. This isn't a situation like we were talking about earlier with teams kind of mimicking the Jared Allen, Evan Mobley front court. That is not the case. These two cannot play together. So you basically just used a high first-round pick on a backup center either last year or this year. And if you are okay with that, that is your prerogative. That is fine. But don't tell people they're being negative, or I'm not talking to the one that was being sarcastic, but for the people who are telling us that we need to chill, this is fine, and all that stuff. This is why we get so mad all the time. It's because our use of our assets is always counterproductive at some point, and it doesn't make sense that we rebuild for so long and didn't acquire assets while doing so. We instead get stuck with these long-term contracts now.
The Atlanta Hawks select Drake Powell from the
So this is to Brooklyn. Drake Powell.
So from my perspective, it's just if Hansen Yang is great, that's good. But that means your pick last year is a backup then, right? So, I mean, if you drafted Hansen Yang and he ends up being better than Klingon, I guess that's a good thing, right? I guess that's a good problem to have. But it's not like drafting two wings where you could, you have Denny and Tamani, you could play them both together, and get rid of Jeremy or whatever. You can't. It's tough, man.
You can't play these guys together, yeah. I mean, so it's the upside of this pick is different because there isn't the upside of him playing next to Klingon. Like Rasher Fleming on the board could be the backup 5. I think he can play some 5 or could play the 4 and provides shooting. So, Chase, that's funny. And basically, that's the thing is if you think Eric's being negative, find a way to disagree with the point he just made.
And once again, I like Yang. I don't think he makes a ton of sense for the Blazers unless we're not, like, maybe this is saying we're not sold on Klingon long term, which is weird.
They will never be sold on a young player, I guess. Right. Split Klingon and Yang 24 minutes each. Keep those knees healthy. The plan long term should not be to spend a 7th and 16th overall pick on 2 guys that max can play 24 minutes on average. That's bad. That's bad asset management. That's exactly what Eric was talking about. Shout out to Tristan Klein, $5 donation, says, this pick is terrible in my opinion, but maybe they think he's going to have a great rookie season. They're going to trade him for a star. I mean, is he going to get an opportunity to have a great rookie season? They still have Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Once again, 2 things could be true. Hansen Yang could end up being a really good player. He could end up being better than Klingon. He could end up getting value, or maybe we keep him long term and trade Klingon or whatever. Like, yes, that could be the case. Or maybe we're trading. Maybe they have a huge trade lined up. Maybe we're trading Klingon in a huge package for Jaren Jackson or something. I don't know, like, or maybe we're trading for Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't necessarily mean. And once again, that's a cop-out to everything Cronin does. Like, oh, well, in the future, this could work out this way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'm sick of giving him that thing. Like, oh, well, he's going to for sure trade Jeremy at this deadline. And then he doesn't. And it's like, well, he might have more value in the offseason or Brogdon. Oh, he'll have more value. He'll have just as much value in the offseason. There's no reason to trade him now. But yeah, I do. I mean, once again, this is nothing against Hansen Yang. He's got a good skill set. It just.
I mean, I'm rooting for the dude to become the best player possible, of course.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing against him. I think if you had a mobile 4-5, you could justify the pick more.
Yeah.
That's
remember when everyone was saying, like, oh, Aiden and Klingon can play together last year. I don't know how you could say that about these 2.
Yeah, like, you don't want one of these guys defending 4s. You don't want one of these guys defending 4s. And hopefully one of them can shoot well enough, but it's just weird, man. This organization just does weird stuff, and for some reason, there's just a crew of Blazers people that just don't care or just get sold on anything. I just don't understand.
It just. They continue to feel like a team that's just winging it as they go, right?
Yeah.
You know, it just
like they don't
nothing,
have a plan. It's just like,
nothing
this guy's the highest guy on our board. Let's take him. Is what this pick feels like.
Like, okay, they drafted Klingon, they're moving on from Aiden, and then a year later we're drafting Klingon's replacement now. Like, when he had a pretty good rookie year, like,
yeah.
Are the Hawks are getting the Hawks are here at 23. It was rumored they had a draft promise to Ace Newell at 13. Did they just trade down and get their guy at 23 still?
Yeah, that's crazy. He's still on the board. Well, it's not that crazy. His stock has fallen. But him, Rasher Fleming, Nate Clifford still on the board. If I'm Portland, I'm seeing if I can trade for like 26 and trade like, I mean, with some of the talent still on the board, I'd be willing to trade the worst 2029 first of the 3 teams. What if his skill set is more Porzingis than Kling? Porzingis was like athletic at 7'3" though, and was the shooter from day one. Like, Yang isn't as athletic as him.
Bro, I am on the Yang gang, Robert. Mike Schmitz knows more than you negative Nancy's.
He did it with the Chris Murray pick, apparently. Anyway, here we go with Atlanta at 23. Yep, they still get Asa Newell. He stays in Georgia. He went to school at Georgia, and maybe they gave him a promise at 23. That's kind of low for a promise.
That's how you work a draft board.
Yeah. So they got it 13. So they got Asa. They trade down 13 for Asa Newell at 23 and an unprotected 2026 first via New Orleans or Milwaukee.
Huge. That's huge. Yeah.
I mean, we could have controlled Milwaukee's draft at the deadline if things go south and they're bad and Giannis might want out. We could have had their 2026, 2028, 2029, and 2030 first. And probably still gotten Hansen Yang at 23.
And to the guy on his 47th account, because you don't know the plan, it's bad. LOL. Yeah.
Articulate the plan then. That's the thing. So let me just say this. People that say that, you never actually articulate the plan. Your mindset is basically just like, I'm going to lick the boot because they're the GM and scouting department, so if they do something, it can't be bad because they know things. You literally don't have a thought for your own. So articulate the plan with Klingon and Yang then. Articulate it.
Or dispute what I said about how they drafted Klingon last year and then a year later they're drafting a person that plays exactly the same way that can't play together. Are you saying that you think they can, one of them's a 4? Are you saying that it's good to draft a backup with the 16th pick or the 7th pick? Like, what is the point you're actually trying to make? And okay, Sir Dement says he moves nice. He's not slow. He moves like a power forward. Okay,
I beg to
he's
differ.
he's 7'1". He's not
At the NBA level. No.
I mean, we had to deal with this all last offseason. Remember all the people who said Ayton can play the power forward and all this crap.
Terrible defensively.
They cannot play. Like, neither of them is a perimeter switchable big, and that's what you have to be able to do that. That's what Mobley is or whatever. Like, you have to have at least one of them be switchable on the perimeter. I would love for one of them to be, but they just aren't.
Kyle Wilson has a comment that says, these people would unironically say, you're not a cook, so you can't critique one if they burned your meal. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a cook, so I can't critique. They can burn my meal. I can't critique it. I don't know any better than them. Yeah, like, that's the thing is people will like twist themselves into thinking like Hansen Yang's a 4 because they took him and they have a plan and he can move well enough. Like, Peter Holland says, Devil's Advocate, two-way production, unique playmaking, floor spacing, global brand lift. Meh. I mean, the organization probably cares about global brand, but I don't. So,
I mean, all those are true, but didn't you draft?
You drafted Klingon. He can't play next to Klingon. Like, you drafted somebody that's probably going to be a backup as long as he's with the Blazers, or I mean, I guess the Blazers could trade Klingon. But that's
Kings
the
are
thing is,
trading
like,
24 for OKC's pick here.
the
They could have
Kings are at 24. Gotcha.
they could have gotten Nate Clifford, or Bashir Fleming,
Both those guys would be great players for the Kings, by the way.
yeah. But OKC could have gotten him too.
Yang Rookie of the Year. Is he going to play at all? I mean, if the Blazers trade Klingon, I still understand it more, but like it's just wild value. It's just wild value.
Also, I mean, people are going to come back and say, "Oh, you guys hated Yang." I like Yang, for the record.
Eric's higher on him on consensus than him.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Atlanta Hawks are trading to the Brooklyn Nets the draft rights to Drake Powell, the 22nd pick. And with the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Nick Clifford.
Nick Clifford to Sacramento. Good job, Sacramento. Wow. We're making Kings type picks, and the Kings are making good picks. I wonder what local reporters and like Kings fans were saying when they drafted Papagiannis at 13.
Traded to Sacramento.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man.
I mean, the Kings are weird, though, trying to win still after trading.
But that's a
De'Aaron
great
Fox.
pick for like win now and upside, man. That is a home run of a pick. I love that pick for them. They needed a wing like him. Good job. Good job, Sacramento. What'd they trade for that pick, by the way?
I have not seen that. If someone in chat.
Chat, let us know when you know.
Hawks 23.
Scratch discs full is my...
This one Newell. Okay, and then
Tori, would you have been happy with Clifford? I was asking for Clifford at 16. I would have been really happy with Clifford at 16. It would have been an A-grade draft for me.
and it's not just good about if Yang's good or not. If any of these guys we passed up or traded, like anyone past 11 ends up being really good, that's also part of the equation as well.
And I'll also say this: if I'm wrong at the end of the day, and he's like a star, which I don't know, he has some upside, right?
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
But if he just like blows all expectations out of the water and crushes it, and it's like obviously a great pick, and I'm wrong at the end of the day, guess what? I don't get paid to scout basketball players all year long. Okay. I still try my best with what time and resources I have. The Blazers scouting department and GM, they're paid to scout these guys all year. If they're wrong on this pick, after being wrong on the Chris Murray pick, like they don't know how to draft. You walked into Shane Sharp at 7, Scoot at 3, Klingon at 7. Like, okay, it's easy to make solid picks in the first round. Everybody gives them credit for, or not in the first round. It's easy to make solid picks in the top 10. Everybody gives them credit for trading for Tamani Kamara, but they did pass on Tamani Kamara for both Chris Murray and Ryan Rupert in that draft like 2-3 months prior. So, you know, that is a thing that happened. Okay. There's no reason to trust this scouting department yet. And this pick is the type of pick that'll either give you a reason to trust them or give you a reason to never trust them again. Like, this is that bold of a pick. So if I'm wrong and they're right, okay, they're earning their money. They're earning their keep. If I'm right and they're wrong, I mean, What are we doing? What are we doing?
Kenny D says one of the top comments on ESPN's IG story is, if you guys know ball, you know this guy was cooking at the combine. Yes, he had a good
I
combine.
said that.
That's why he jumped from late second round pick to first round pick. So, yeah.
Yeah, I said that. I did say that. I know. Why do they always make us do this? They always make us do this, Eric. It's amazing. All right, Orlando's out of the clock at 25. My computer's being weird, so yeah, it's Orlando here at 25. I'll try and get their new logo up, just because it's new. Still got Rayno on the board. He did not go as early as I thought he might.
Yeah, him and Wolf both make sense for the Magic here.
Yeah, the Magic are in a good spot picking here right now.
I do think they need some
All right,
some
here we go with
stock
the Magic.
insurance to start too. So it could be Jace Richardson still on the board as well.
Jace Richardson would be a great pick for them.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jace Richardson
Yeah.
from Michigan State University.
Jace Richardson at 25, man, that's a bit lower than he was expected. I think that's great value and a great fit. He's kind of an undersized shooting guard with maybe some point guard skills. He was on the record saying he was like supposed to be a scorer at Michigan State. I think he could be this year's Jared McCain, where maybe he has a little bit more creation, playmaking, point guard skills than maybe he showed in college. But he doesn't have to come in and play point guard. He can defend points on one side of the floor, and then on the other side of the floor, he can play off of Paulo Banchero, Franz Wagner. He can play next to Jalen Suggs, can play next to Desmond Bane. Desmond Bane can handle the ball and create. The Magic desperately needed shooting. He provides that. So I think this is a really, really good pick for the Magic. But they had multiple options that would have been good, obvious picks here. So shout out to them getting Richardson at 25.
Bane and Jace Richardson, man, that's a good upgrade to their guard rotation this summer. They knew they had to address it, and they did.
So now we have Brooklyn with their 4th and 5th picks of the first round here at 26 and 27. We'll see if they trade any of the picks. I'm just hoping that Cronin gives me something good to feel about. But, like, at this point, does Fleming even make that much sense? He drafted Hansen Yang? Like, I know he can play the 4, but I liked him as, like, a 4-5 change of pace backup 5 to Klingen. So I guess you could still go small in the future, but it's just, I don't know. The Blazers need like a wing shooter. They need a wing shooter, man. Who's the 29th and 30th picks, if I might ask?
The Suns were 29, but they traded to Charlotte, I think.
Yeah. It's Charlotte.
30th, I think it's Clippers. If I'm not mistaken.
Yang looks awesome in highlights. Reminds me of McHale. I mean, any of these first-round prospects are going to look awesome in highlights. Especially when they're on your team. I mean, we're already starting with the, like, he's on our team and he's young, so we're going to really like him. Like, it would be that way with anybody that played. If they drafted Yago Jonas at 16, man, y'all go watch his highlights and pretend he's a Blazer and tell me that he doesn't look awesome.
Also, like, everyone's saying this stuff. How many of you were saying when the Blazers traded down to 16, oh, that's a good spot for Hansen Yang. Like, all of you are saying this after the fact. If I'm wrong and some of you had Hansen Yang as a near lottery pick in this draft, all the more power to you. Congratulations. But until I looked at chat after we had made that pick and saw those WTF things, I didn't see a single person mention Hansen Yang and the 16th pick, and that's why it's weird, man.
Yep. Even all the way up to the draft, Mr. Meringue liked Yakuchonis at 11. Just no conviction. I mean, it's just state-run media is what it is.
But, man, I talked about this on a stream before. He had a pass where he had the ball at the top of the key at the combine, and he had a cutter going from the left side, and he put some spin on it, and it like bounced and spun like right into the pocket of the guy as he was going to lay it in, and it was perfect. And I was like, okay, Hansen, like that kind of stuff intrigues me. I do like him as a prospect. Yeah.
Who's at 31 and 32?
Super Hot Missile says, get it right. It's Handsome Yang. All right.
When I heard Locked On Big Board talking about Hansen Yang maybe being a sneaky end of the first round pick over a year ago for last year's draft, man, I didn't think it would result in the Blazers drafting him at 16. The Blazers always find a way to surprise, though. Like,
there's a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah, where's the Taco Bell commercial when we need one? Who's picking at 31 and 32?
I think 32 is Boston.
Okay, and 31 is Minnesota?
I'm not sure.
Good check for me.
I will try. It freezes my computer every time.
You need a new computer, man. Your computer freezes just like going on the internet?
No, it's just when I'm streaming, if I go on certain sites.
But you're not even running the stream. You just sent a call in a Google Meet with me.
No, I know, but like if I have
too many tabs open.
It's usually not an issue if I'm not on a video chat. But for some reason, the video chat is...
Yeah, you are.
31 is Minnesota.
Okay.
My computer is...
All right, 32 is Boston. All right, yeah, just don't lag out of the call because you're going on a Tankathon or whatever website you're on.
Clutch Surge 33 says, "Hey guys, at least we got a first round pick that we aren't even sure will be unprotected or not from the Magic."
Yeah.
At
least we got
that.
Unprotected. I love that trade down, but then the pick after got traded down for an even better package. Like,
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Ben Saraf from Ganyo Shia, Israel.
should have taken Hugo. Maybe they take Hugo next pick. Ben Saraf. So they drafted 3 point guards?
I guess.
I'm sure they'll probably stash him for a year. Figuring out their roster spots, you know.
I mean, it's just This is kind of like what you did with Brooklyn last year in the mock-off season, right? Just take all the guards and hope one of them pans out or one of them is a trade asset or something.
Yeah.
Kings traded their 2027 San Antonio first-round pick, the one that got in the De'Aaron Fox trade.
I mean, that's probably going to be pretty low first.
All right.
Top 16 protected? Okay, no, you guys are just tripping on Arrow's message. Okay, good. But I wouldn't be surprised if Cronin let another team get like a top 16 protection on a first. And then the team after him trades down 7 more spots to a pick. We can still get the guy and gets Milwaukee. And
that's the Sacramento pick.
Yeah.
I
mean, it makes sense when it's first 24th pick.
Yeah.
It's top 20, bro. It's been said already. What's top 20? The Magic pick we got is top 20 protected? Please show me where that was reported, because you're the only one I've seen say that.
Danny Wolf's crying.
They showed it on ESPN. Did anybody else see that? Yeah, why are we lying, man? I mean, maybe he's not lying. Maybe he got confused. But, like, you're literally the only person that said that. Hasn't been reported. Nobody else watching the stream has seen that. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think Landon's lying. He's usually...
Maybe he misread something? I don't know, because I would have thought somebody else would have seen it. Maybe he's right.
He said they put on the graphic on the ABC feed with Stephen A. Smith and Bob Myers.
Oh, okay. Why are you watching that feed?
Yeah, why?
That's the real question, man.
If that's the case, I'm going to crash out.
I'm going to crash out, too, because the pick after got traded down from 13 to 23 and got the 2026 Milwaukee, best of Milwaukee in New Orleans. And was that unprotected? Or did New Orleans like top 4 protected or something? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's protections on that.
Apparently it was unprotected, but
if that's unprotected and we got a top 20 protected Orlando first for moving down from 11 to 16, just take a guy who would have likely been there at 23, and it would have been okay if we missed out on him and gotten that Pelicans Bucks pick, then I mean, yeah. Here we go, Brooklyn at 27.
We have a trade to announce. The Atlanta Hawks trade the draft rights to Derek Queen, the 13th pick, to the New Orleans Pelicans for the draft rights to Asa Newell, the 23rd pick, and a 2026 first-round pick. And with the 27th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf from the University of Michigan.
Wow. It's 2 Israelis for them. He's an Israeli-American, and Saraf is Israeli, so both Nets picks. Anyway. We got Boston at 28. Fleming would be good for them. Reynaud would be good for them. Especially with them trading Porzingis.
Stuff, yeah, McNeely on the board if they're going to still get rid of Hauser. Yeah. I think Renault or Fleming is a slam dunk for them. Hugo would be a good pick too.
Yeah. You remember the whole thing about like Portland might be looking for a second round pick?
Yeah.
What if that was for Hansen Yang and then they were like, wait, maybe a team might take him earlier and then they took him at 16?
The J Scrub 16 versus 46.
Como, where'd you see that? If somebody wants to say what the protections are on that pick, please share what the source is. Michael Baldino, that is correct. He and Klingon cannot play together. I'm just over the Blazers perpetually whiffing. Yeah, I know, man. Like they had a perfect draft like right in front of them.
To be clear, I don't think this pick is a whiff. It just seems weird that they wouldn't manage their assets a little better.
It would have been so fun to have Nate Clifford. Or Jakob Jonas. Colonel loves to spice things up. I think there is something to be said negatively about basically always trying to big brain things.
I mean, you don't know that, Mount Hood. Saying Yang isn't going to make our team better at all, ever. I mean, he could make it better by being the backup center 20 minutes a game. Like,
Some Orlando account dropped an article about the Yang pick title. Trailblazers prove why they didn't deserve Orlando's pick. Well, Shira Cronin, who do you prefer?
So 47th account guy asks, what number would you be okay with if this was a good pick? You say 16, no. What number would you be comfortable? For me, it's just using a first round pick, like I said, 2 years in a row on the same exact skill set. If they would have taken a different center, then you could maybe you could argue Wolf could play a little bit at the 4 or something like he did with Golden. But I just to be determined, because I mean we still have Ayton now and Yang, Klingon. We still have Rob Will. Like, it just doesn't make
Here we go, Boston.
Renault would be a slam dunk here.
Hugo Gonzalez to Boston.
No.
I like that for Boston. I think Hugo's better than that. Had him like early 20s, late teens on my board. Like this, the Yang pick is being universally panned as one of the biggest reaches ever. That's how a lot of people are talking about that, and it's Portland. But count on Blazer fans to like completely excuse it, man. Completely excuse it. Even though he literally can't play next to the dude they drafted 7th overall last year.
No, Samir, Yang and Kling cannot go good together.
No.
They can go good separately.
People hated Nurkic and wanted a more mobile center, and now they want to play 2 less mobile centers together. Like, 2 centers that can't guard the 4 together. I mean, what are we doing? Like, none of this is consistent. None of this is consistent. Rip City Red is already in love with him. Of course they are. Of course they are. That is the Cronin Colt headquarters, man. Literally, here's the thing. When the Blazers drafted Scoot at 3 and Chris Murray at 23 and Ryan Rupert at 43, like, that place was posting all the reactions across the league that said, oh, everybody's saying the Blazers had a really good draft, so you should stop criticizing the Chris Murray pick. This is universally panned as an A-plus draft or a grade A draft for the Blazers. Are we going to care about what those people say this year? Because if you cared 2 years ago, then you should care now, because apparently you think their opinion means something until it doesn't. That's the thing, is this... There's just people out there that will excuse whatever they do and never have a thought for themselves, and it's the same people that give us a ton of crap, and it's frustrating. It truly is frustrating, man. Like, I don't like just giving an organization an automatic pass. You should hold these guys accountable. And it's like, I just stop tricking yourself into thinking that every single move they ever do is a great move. It's okay to say a move is good when it's good and a move is bad when it's bad and a move is questionable when it's questionable. It's okay to look at the Drew Holiday trade and point out some of the good things and point out some of the bad things and say, like, yeah, there's some downside to this and there's a couple good things as well. Like, I get exhausted by the way this organization just gets a complete and total pass from people. I don't understand it, so.
Matt Multigun has some quotes here from Matt Norlander, senior writer for CBS Sports. Portland's Yang Hansen pick is going to be laughed at around the league. It's one of the more shocking picks of the past decade plus. Follows it up by saying, was also told by sources that a few agents were intentionally not sending their guys there because they didn't love the current state of the franchise. Now, who knows if that's true or not, but like, why
would he report that if it's not true?
And we didn't work out many players.
We didn't. We didn't.
So that lines up with why we wouldn't work out many players.
Here's the thing. Portland state-run media will call the dude a liar. That's the thing. Do you think the credentialed people that know everything that cover the team would ever report something like that? Have they ever reported something like that with this front office? Nope. If something like that was true, they would not report it. And they would probably act like it's not true. The coverage of the team in that regard is just lopsided. It's not truthful to me. And that's where it gets frustrating.
Yeah. And once again, I hope Yang is the next Jokic and he's awesome. And they all tell us, told you.
Yeah. I hope they laugh at us for
hope they're the ones laughing at the league.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. I hope they're laughing at the league, man. I hope they're just so smart that they make one of the biggest reaches of the past decade and it pans out. It's just funny how like people care about what national pundits say about the draft until it's negative, and then it's like, no, we don't care now.
They just hate Portland.
Yeah, except when they loved the draft 2 years ago. Yeah. I mean, this is just the way it goes under a Cronin front office, dude.
Charlotte got Knueppel earlier. They now have a chance to add I mean, they did not get Paul
They
Watch
traded Mark Williams. I'd take
or
Renault
Mark
here if I'm them.
They could draft Renault. They could. I mean, Fleming would be a good pick for them, I think. Yeah.
I don't like Cam Jones for them, but he's still on the board. Here we go.
Wow.
2025 NBA Draft. The Phoenix Suns select Liam McNeely.
Liam McNeely to the Hornets, so they get both Knueppel and Liam McNeely.
I don't like that. I like both players individually, but not on the same
Together.
team. Yeah, that's weird.
It is kind of weird. I guess that's their new type. That is their new type. And now the Clippers are on the clock with the last pick of the day. We'll be live again tomorrow for the second round.
I have to laugh at this.
All right. We deserve a laugh.
Robert in chat. Joe Cronin created the best defensive young core in league history. And y'all will just ignore that because we took a swing at 16 in a bad draft. Give it time. There's a reason we defend him, meaning Cronin.
Okay, so OKC, who is the second youngest
OKC's
champion ever and
youngest,
was like historically good defense compared to the rest of the league, we have the what?
We're better than that. Yep. No, it's not sarcasm. He's been making comments like that.
This is what people think, man. These are the people we just cannot get through to. Account created today. Yeah, okay, but people really be saying crap like this, man. I don't know if you guys realize or not, but people really be saying wild stuff. Read all the comments like that, please. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Eric, you gotta read every comment.
What? I don't remember where we were at.
What do you mean?
In terms of, I'm trying to get caught up on donations and messages.
Ask me.
David Yu grew up in China. Don't even know what to feel. Jerry Main, we read this one off. Jody Luring, a potential Chinese buyer. Caden H, $2 donation plus 1 million. I don't even know how many zeros that is. Social credits for Cronin. Redacted member for 52 months message says any chances is a way to court Chinese money to make an offer or be part of the sale of the team. Maybe, I guess that seems like a really weird strategy to waste or spend a pick doing that. Brandon Lee, $5 donation. Torian Eric is going to be big name in Chinese NBA community in no time. Congrats.
Yeah, they're all going to hate us.
I like Hansen Yang though. Like I like him as a prospect and a player. Like I am
just not as high as 16.
I'm yeah. John Mullis, member for 31-month message. Pronunciation for Yang is closer to Young. Young Hansen.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Wes Davidson, $5 message. What's up, Wes? How you doing, man? Portland's future starting lineup: Avdia point guard, Kamara shooting guard, Yang small forward, Ayton power forward, Klingon center will have the biggest lineup in the league. LOL.
Nice.
Tristan Klein, $5 message. This pick is terrible in my opinion, but maybe they think he is going to have a great rookie season and they're going to trade him for a star.
We read that. Yeah, we'll see how much he plays.
And then Nathan with a 29-month member message. Please make a trade in parentheses of a center happen tonight. Heart emoji.
They like Hansen Yang this much. I mean, how do they keep both Robert Williams and DeAndre Ayton and Donovan Clingan? Right?
I mean, I guess Hansen Yang doesn't have to play. I'm pretty sure this means they're not picking up Dwap's contract.
Such a weird
There'll be trades. Just relax, people. Oh my god.
Chat, is that what you like? Oh man. Anyway, I just want this team to be well ran. Like, if that's true that prospects didn't want to work out here because their agents didn't like the way this place was being ran, I mean, is that not one of the most damning indictments of this front office and organization? Like, we need new ownership, and we need I don't know. I still think we need a new front office. This is the litmus test of the offseason. Or this is like Cronin's litmus test. I've said that about this offseason. And it's a big what the hell.
I forgot. I have to be grumpy and negative all the time. LOL. No, you just don't have to say the same crap. Every time we say something about Cronin, you guys never give Cronin credit. You have
gave
to be
him credit for the trade done.
Wait and see. You guys don't know what's going to happen yet.
Yeah.
Every time Cronin kicks the can down the road, it's, you guys just need to see what he's going to cook up next time he has an opportunity to trade somebody.
Yeah, you can say that about. You can find a way to excuse anything an organization does with that logic. It's not really saying anything. So. Places are Clutch City, yeah. Troy, what will Cronin say at draft interview? I'm looking forward to it. I hope he gets asked about, like, people painting this as one of the biggest reaches of all time and, like, has a response for that. I hope somebody asks him that question. Hansen looks amazing against guys in the Chinese League. Yeah, he should. The Chinese League is not good. Like, I think it's worse than D1 ball.
I forgot you guys know more than the professionals.
Gotta love the bootlicking, man. So every GM does a perfect job. Every GM does a great job. All right, here we go with Clippers. Are they going to take Cam Jones? I like Cam Jones for them.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the LA Clippers select
Yannick Conan Niederhauser over Reynaud. Yeah, I just feel like Hansen Diego would have been taken in the first round, man. I really do.
So Cam Jones falls out of the first round. Wait, who went 29? Who went the pick before this?
To Charlotte, it was McNeely.
Oh, McNeely, right. So Cam Jones, Maxime Reynaud, and one Rasheer Fleming. All not first-round picks. Interesting. Yannick was the lowest rated player on my board that got drafted today.
I'll read off this comment. Professionals, Mike Schmitz had the same exact job as Torrey and Eric before being given a job as the head of Blazers drafting. He built one of the biggest draft platforms. That's what he did. To a much fuller extent than we do. We are not on par with them, but
No.
the thing is there are YouTubers that cover the draft that get hired by front offices and become professionals. We saw it with Adam Spinella. We saw it basically with Mike Schmitz. That's the thing, though. If you have that logic, they're professionals, so they can't do any wrong. Then you think no team ever makes a bad move. And if you think a team makes a bad move, then how do you know? You're not a professional. So you literally can never criticize any move any team ever makes if that's how you act about things. So basically, you literally are not allowing yourself to have a single original thought about anything.
All right. All the picks have been logged.
So this is why they weren't taking it at the end of the year. They knew it didn't matter. Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the other thing, too. For anyone who's watching the stream and thinks we're just a couple of negative Nancys that would never be happy, both Tori and I were sitting here stoked with what Cronin did. He traded back 5 picks, could have gotten the guy we thought he should have taken at 11, or one of them, and then picked up an additional first-round pick, which we still don't know the protections about, and a couple seconds that he gave up in the Simons trade. He recouped those. And so we were sitting here about to give him props for still getting Yakuchonis or whatever, and getting a first-round pick to do it. We would have been sitting here just praising him. So I don't get why.
I was sitting here right before the pick.
When we don't like the pick, and now people are saying, "Oh, you guys just hate Cronin, everything he does. You're not a professional. He knows what he's doing." Blah blah blah. We would be saying the exact same things you guys are saying if they would have just picked someone else. So, like, I don't get why people think we just want him to do this. Like, we don't want that to happen.
What Colt said in chat, Tori literally said if they took Yakuchonis or Clifford, he'd give Cronin an A+ draft night. I did. I wasn't just going to change my mind if he did that. I've never done that. I just say my expectations beforehand. I literally preface every move they ever make with, like, what I think is good and what I think is bad. The thing is Hansen Yang was so far down the board, I didn't even think about him as a possibility at all. Until you said left field, and then I had to think about what would be an absolutely insane pick here, and I said Hansen Yang. And then they took Hansen Yang. So yeah, like, we preface everything. That's the thing. If you just sit here and, like, you don't have any thoughts about, like, what the team should do, and basically just wait for them to make a move, and then just sit here like, it's a good move because they made that move and they're professionals, like, you're just reacting and you're not really thinking about anything, and you're just kissing the boot, man. So yeah, like, I preface everything with what I expect, what I think is good, what I think is bad. I make sure to do that because it's not like if what I say I think is good, if they do that, it's not like I go back against that. And the thing is, what I asked for is not unrealistic. I was just asking for Yakuchonis or Nick Clifford at 16. And if they took, like, some other guys that were, like, around that value and, like, made sense on this team and could complement the 5-man young core, then I would have been okay with it. I was sitting there super excited about the trade down. I was celebrating it. Unprotected first for moving down 5 spots. I was celebrating it. And then they had, like, 2 guys fall to them that I really loved, and it would have been a perfect draft. Instead, here's the thing, man. The Blazers could have had, in my opinion, an A+ draft, and they literally took what people are calling one of the biggest reaches in years. That's what everyone else is saying. That's the thing. Like, it's right there, and they just always do weird stuff. The 2 moves I've prayed the most was picking up Denny Avdia and picking up Tamani Kamara in that trade before anybody even knew who he really was. When I found out they got Tamani Kamara in that trade when I was live, because I live reacted to it basically, you can go back and watch a stream. I was like, oh, that's a sneaky good pickup. I like that pickup. I like they got Tamani. Before he'd ever played an NBA game. So Shams even clowned the pick. LOL, he said shocking pick. Yeah, like, Henry Abbott is tweeting about like the Blazers being for sale and maybe this pick is to influence a Chinese buyer.
Maybe.
So the argument against me, just because you love these prospects means nothing. You aren't a professional. I've nailed a lot of sleepers in the past. I loved Austin Reeves, by the way. I had a first round grade on him when he went undrafted. I love Herb Jones. I love Trey Murphy. Like, I have a decent enough track record. I hated the Chris Murray pick. That pick has not like proven me wrong at all yet. I loved the Dame pick back in the day. I was begging for them to pick Dame.
This is the seventh draft we've covered on this channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we stream drafts, we stream trade deadlines, we stream free agency, we react to every transaction that happens, a lot of them live. We've been doing the draft. You can now go back and see 7 drafts worth of our coverage. If you go back and watch all our drafts and still think like we don't know what we're talking about, then you're just looking for that to be your answer, because I'll put our track record up against pretty much any other amateur that's doing this consistently.
Read off this latest comment in your voice, Eric.
First, KGB 503 with a $2 donation. There was no message. I don't know if you tried to leave a message.
Yeah, if you try to leave a message, let us know. But I gotta hear this comment in the Eric voice.
Then why don't you apply for a front office position? LOL. You wouldn't get a call back. Yeah, no shit, Danny M. No. God. You think if we could be a GM of a team, we'd still be here talking to you?
The only people that know anything are the 30 GMs in the league and like the 30 people that run scouting departments. That's the only people that know anything about basketball, Eric. You didn't know that? You didn't know that? Oh, God. Anyway, like, bro.
I hate that argument. It's the dumbest
argument ever.
Wait.
You're never allowed to criticize. You're never allowed to criticize a GM, a coach, a player, a president, a professional cook, a professional worker, in anywhere in any department ever, because you're not one of them. It's the dumbest logic ever. It's stupid, 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 stupid. Be better than that. Basically, you're just saying, I can't think for myself at all, so I just trust that anybody in any position has to do a good job because they're simply in that position. It's stupid. Be better. Think for yourself, man. At the end of the day, this pick reminds me of when the Kings reached for Papagiannis. And I'm sure there was some Kings fan out there that was saying, oh, but the Kings, their front office, you know, they're professionals. They're a GM and a scout for a reason. That's why they took Papagiannis 13. He was like out of there in a year. So what? Who was right then in that situation? Since you think every GM has a flawless record simply because they're a GM. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He can't play with Klingon. He was a projected second-round pick. That's all true. You cannot argue that.
If no one could say anything about any front office, there would be no sports. Like, what's the point of sports? If you can't talk about sports, you can't analyze them, you can't break things down, you can't have highs and lows. And
here's the thing that's funny is like basically, okay, so we criticize the move, and it's like what you guys say doesn't matter at all because you're not professionals. But then this dude has a comment on Channel 2, they're all supporting the pick. Well, they're not professionals either, so why are you listening to what they say? Why does what they say matters? Basically, you're just looking for somebody to confirm your bias for your favorite team. We are not that channel. We will never be that channel. We will tell you what we think is good and bad, and if they make a good move, we will tell you as such. Okay? If they do something like this, we will criticize it. We preface it. We explain it. We explain the reasons why. We make it very the logic very obvious. And if you can't even understand that because it doesn't compute from anybody that's not a professional, then why are you even listening to us? Why are you even listening to it? It's just ridiculous. You should not listen to any podcast from anyone because they're podcasts. They're not professionals. And podcasts are going to give opinions. So why are you even listening to us is my question. I do not understand. I do not understand.
Yeah, an echo chamber that you come to time and time again.
Anyway, we need to be... No. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're taking up too much time. Taking up too much time with this guy. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done. He's a moron. Anyway, it's the dude. He's like on his 79th account. Anyway.
No, it's...
I'm done. I'm done with people that can't formulate a thought for themselves. If you disagree with us, explain why. Don't sit here and be like, the professionals did this, so it's a good move. Think for yourself, man. I respect people that disagree with us on a bunch of stuff if they think for themselves. I hate the whole cult worship of teams from fans that just swear that everything they ever do is a good pick, where if I suggested drafting Hansen Yang at 16 a week ago, you probably would have said that I was stupid and that is too much of a reason. That's a terrible pick.
You would never be a GM with that opinion, Tori.
I hate bias. I hate bias. When bias shows up is like attacking anyone that critiques what you're biased for without your own thoughts or substance behind it. I hate that. That's not what sports talk is supposed to be about. Front offices make mistakes all the time. All the time. These professionals make mistakes all the time. In any sport, there are poorly ran organizations, and there's well-ran organizations. Right? Like, the Kings with their track record over the past 15 years, if I was covering them, I should have just been gassing up all those moves? And just been flat out wrong? Because I wanted to kiss the ass of some professionals? No. I should have... That's the thing, is you would have been in there. If this was a Kings channel in 2012, you would have been in there. Mad at me for criticizing drafting Thomas Robinson over Damian Lillard. Because the Kings are professionals, They know what they're doing.
Or Sauce Castillo, or the guy from BYU. What was his name? The guard from BYU they drafted. Oh, come on, Tori.
Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, Fredette. There you go. Yeah. Marvin Bagley over Luka. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but that guy was a GM, Tori. You don't know what you're
right.
talking about.
You're right.
Idiot.
True.
Marvin Bagley's way better than Luka Doncic because they freaking one of the GMs stupidly took him.
God, people act like this front office can't do any wrong. It's like a cult, man. It's like a cult. You can say you can say good and bad things about this front office, man. You what?
I want to make an analogy so bad.
Oh, well. That's the thing too, is when our opinion is consensus across the league, you have no place to sit here and give us crap for it. We're not against the grain here, man. We're not going against the grain here. If you're new to the channel, we give our own unfiltered, unbiased opinions on this team. We break down what's good, we break down what's bad, everything in between. And we're honest. Sometimes we're brutally honest. Okay? That is what we do. Some people just want to hear what they want to hear. Some people just want to hear nice things said about this team no matter what.
And that's fine. That's fine.
And that's why they hate us. That's why they hate us, because any negativity to them is blasphemous and hate and this and that. And that's why if you go, on if you go on Reddit, any comment that's ever said about us, like there's a lot of haters over there, because Reddit loves anything this front office does, and we don't just automatically give Joe Cronin a pass on literally everything he ever does. We're always willing to have a debate about a disagreement, but a lot of the people that come in our chats and disagree, they always make it about us. They make it personal. They make it about, you guys are just too negative. It's not really a discussion about the context of what we're talking about. That's what we ask for. If you disagree with us, have a conversation about it. Right? Like, have some substance behind it. Don't just say, you guys are wrong because you guys aren't professional GMs or scouts. But that's a lot of what we hear. And that's what we get really, really annoyed with. That's what we get really, really annoyed with. There is always a place for sports debate. Shoot, me and Eric were like almost yelling at each other last night, arguing about the Drew Holiday trade. In a weird way, I kind of enjoyed it. There's always a place for passionate sports debate. And that's what we're about. So if you like that and you're new to the channel, welcome to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. If you don't like that, we might not be the place for you, and that's perfectly okay with us. That's perfectly okay with us. Sometimes we do probably respond to the trolls and respond to those people in chat more than we should. Okay? At the end of the day, this channel is supposed to be entertaining. It's supposed to be fun, for better or worse. It's supposed to be a place where you can come and share your love with the Blazers, and sometimes that love is going to result in you venting about being very frustrated about a move that they made. And that's what this place is for. Celebrating the good, venting about the bad, voicing your opinions that are actually opinions and actually your own. That's why we are closing in on 12K subs. And we're never going to change. So.
Just for the record, the presser is supposed to start at 9.
All right.
Are we going to listen to it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the stream, we got an argument last night on last night's stream entitled something about, is Drew upset about coming here or something like that. I forgot what you...
Report in all caps is Drew Holiday is pissed. Something like coming to the Blazers with a question mark because there's a report on it.
We did talk the night before. We had a stream right after the trade happened too, which we talked about the trade, broke it down. To be fair, the argument last night was more about Scoot than the actual trade. But and then I want to say this. This isn't about Hansen Yang. I like him as a player. He seems like a really good guy. I think he'll be a fan favorite. I think people are going to like him. Obviously, he's going to have a huge following and all that kind of stuff. And I really hope he succeeds. I do like his skill set. I do think if he went to the right situation, he can be possibly a starting level center in this league. I think he's got a really fun skill set. He could pass the ball. He has some moves. He's not really like a ball handler type center, which makes it hard to be Jokic light. If you can't do that, maybe he develops that. But I've never really seen him dribble well enough to believe he has that in his game. But he is the type that would be good in the short roll, that you can run the offense maybe through the high post through him, just like you can a little bit with Klingman too, I think. He's has the ability to block shots and defend the rim and all that kind of stuff. So I'm definitely intrigued by what he'll bring to the team. I don't understand why we prioritized having either him or Klingon as a long-term backup using what could be, if we made the playoffs last year, our last first-round pick for a couple of years now, on either making Klingon a backup long-term or Yang as a backup. So I'm just kind of perplexed. And, maybe they make some more moves that free stuff up. YYC says maybe they don't like Klingon. I find that really hard to believe. Like, he did nothing to make them doubt him long term this season. If anything, I think he reiterated why they drafted him, especially if you look at the numbers when he was playing towards the end of the year and how the defense improved when he got more of a role and started a lot of games. And the numbers with him and Denny and stuff like that, like, were off the charts defensively. So I don't know how they could look at that information and be disappointed in Klingon or think they need to still address their center situation. So it's just kind of perplexing to me, the organization. So, but this is nothing against Hansen Yang. I hope he's good. I'm rooting for him. If you're watching us just because of Hansen Yang, just know that it's not personal against him. I actually really liked him as a prospect and hoped he went to a good situation. I'm just not sure how he's going to be able to show how good he is here, unless there's some other big moves down the road.
I had an early second round grade on him. I think he has potential.
Which I think is fair. That's what most people have.
I think I had an early second round grade on him with the caveat that he has a lot of potential for a second round pick. Okay. So he has potential. And he has potential value wise to return 16th best value in the draft. This pick has potential value wise in a vacuum at the 16th overall pick to look good. Okay. He has that level of potential. But that's if things go really, really well. There are guys I thought that also had similar potential that had much higher floors on the board at 16, which is why I had a higher grade on them. Part of the reason this pick is bad is because I think you could have traded down with the package that Atlanta got for 13, where they traded down from 13 to 23 and got the best 2026 first between Milwaukee and New Orleans. I don't know if there's protections on that. People are saying there isn't. If there isn't, that pick could easily be a top 10 pick, better than 13, and that's a good draft next year. That would have been a better trade down, and I still think it's very likely you would have gotten Hansen Yang at 23, okay? But they didn't. They traded down to 16. Maybe he wouldn't have lasted there, but is he really going to be that good that it's worth passing up that trade? Because I'd rather have the best pick next year between Milwaukee and New Orleans than a 2028 Orlando first.
Is Cronin live?
All right, we'll stream Cronin.
Where are you putting that on? Legion Hoops. Hansen Yang thanks Rich Paul as his name gets called. They have a video of him being drafted. 30 picks before he was projected. Clutch sports, man. And then thanks to Xbox
My guy,
Super
Legion Hoops, man.
Sending me this. In 2023, December 6th, so a year and a half ago, NBA Draft Point had this tweet. Y'all want to get deep into this prospect pool? Mike Schmitz, ex-draft analyst and current Blazers head scout, was in China recently to watch 18-year-old 7'1" center Hansen Yang out of Qingdao.
Right,
recently dropped 31, 16, 4-4 against Shanghai.
We're going to be 2 minutes behind, but I want to hear the whole thing.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming. I always like to open these up to thank, our hardworking staff. The draft is the culmination of a ton of work from a lot of different departments and groups, but our scouts,
The stream is very quiet, by the way.
Basketball ops,
Turn
health
it
and
up as much as I can.
performance. where does it end? There's just so many people that contribute to this, especially a year where we make a unconventional pick when, you know, our scouting and our analysis of this player, you know,
Eric, don't
was
say
really
anything
important and
because I'm
critical.
turning up the
So
volume a lot.
big hat tip to, you know, all the Trailblazers employees who contributed to this. Really proud of everybody, and you know, we're really excited about the way tonight went. So we started with pick 11 and traded back to pick 16 and picked up a first round pick from Orlando and a couple seconds. Well, this was from Memphis, first round pick via Orlando, second rounder from Atlanta, and a second rounder from Sacramento. So at 16, we selected a player that we've been watching for quite a while and we're really excited about, young Hansen. And it's a player, I'm sure we'll talk a lot about him, but we couldn't be more excited. This is a very, very unique talent in our opinion. He obviously great size at 7'2", young, just turns 20 tomorrow. High end skill set, his ability to pass, his basketball IQ, his functionality in the post, his ability to step out. We think he'll, you know, be a good free throw shooter. We think he'll make perimeter jump shots as well.
Just like Klingon.
Defensively, he's a really smart player that, you know, can be pretty versatile in the post with his size and IQ. So, you know, this is a player that, you know, he's coming over to America. It'll be an adjustment, and it's our job to prepare him and develop just like we do all of our guys, but there'll be a big emphasis in pouring into him and getting him to his peak. There's also a reported trade from a few days ago. That trade call has not been finalized, so I can't talk about that today, so we'll circle back on that one once that gets done. Other than that, let's open it up.
Joe, can you walk us through the process leading to making this decision? When did you sort of fall in love with him, so to speak? And did you enter today thinking you were going to try and trade back to get other assets that you can use, maybe for another trade or something like that, and then still get this guy?
Yeah, so to start, we've been scouting him deeply for almost 2 years now. We've had, you know, we had a scout identify him during one of his under 18 events, and then we sent Mike and Sergi, our two assistant GMs, over to China that fall to go scout him live. When they came back from that trip, they left very, very impressed, and we were actually hoping he'd be in last year's draft. He didn't declare last year, so we continued to scout him for the last year, you know, this past season, and as we studied him more and more throughout this process through the spring, you know, we saw him at the combine, of course, met with him at the combine, and then we're able to bring him in here and had a good workout here, and we're able to spend more time with him here. So, you know, between our scouts identifying him early on and then some of our big key decision makers seeing him very early on, I felt like we had a big advantage in our scouting process and building our book on him as a player. Second question?
Did you guys enter the draft thinking
Yeah.
we want this guy, we're going to trade down, get some other assets, and still steal him?
That's right. He was the target. The question is always how far can you move back and still have a realistic chance of getting him, and how viable is it that you can move back into that range that makes sense? So a lot of these trades that happen, you know, during the draft, they're often on the clock. You know, the team, you'll have a lot of things set up as far as what are the terms that we're looking at, what is this team willing to give in order to move up, and you try to, you know, stack all those together and make decisions based on, okay, who's still viable now that they've seen what just happened at pick 10, and then make a decision and move back. And it worked out well for us. We thought we were able to move back 5 spots, pick up some nice assets, and still get our guy.
All right, Danny, Joe.
Joe, you're looking at the mock drafts, and I know they're not making the picks, but you caught him totally by surprise. Nobody picked him to go in the first round, in fact, higher than 35. Did you at all consider going farther back, or were you concerned that a team was going to pick him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. Yeah, the goal was to get as far back as possible. You know, we didn't want to overdraft if we didn't have to. We weren't much more comfortable beyond 16 than that. So for us, it was too important to get him. We decided to do what some would call a reach. You know, we decided to take that swing and overdraft technically a player that we just really valued. It shows what we thought of him.
Okay, let's pause and let's react, and then we'll play more. I'll turn this mic down. Go ahead, Eric. Well, let me just say this. I want to know what made him uncomfortable, like what intel he had, or why he didn't feel comfortable trading down that much further beyond that to get him. Like, who did he think was going to take him before like 23? Also, what were you laughing at?
I don't remember what that last laugh was.
I think it was him bringing up like basically that he reached.
Oh yeah, him calling it a reach. Yeah, yeah, his own words, guys. That was his own words.
He knows he reached.
Yeah. So my question is, if you came into this draft knowing you wanted to trade back, knowing he was your guy, he was your target all along, what would they have done if no one really gave them what if no one was really significantly interested in moving off of 11? Do we just take him at 11 then?
Take him at 11? I don't know. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with this front office, that it feels like kind of from the Klingon pick, which is nowhere near. I mean, the Klingon pick's fine. Just seems like they hyper fixate on a guy well in advance, and like they don't really care about much else. When they like a guy, they like a guy, and it doesn't matter that he can't play next to Klingon. It doesn't matter what his draft value was. Like, that's their guy. They're just, no matter what, that's their guy. And that's how you end up reaching on some wild players that don't pan out, just because you get infatuated with them. I don't think you can get too high or low on a prospect, outside of, like, obviously if you have the number one pick in a year where there's a Wembanyama or a Cooper Flag. And it just feels like they maybe get a little too infatuated with players. And it's like he has a lot of similar traits as Cronin. Like, or not Cronin. He has a lot of similar traits as Klingon. And it seems like they just got infatuated that 2 years ago and had to make sure they got him, even if it was a wild, wild reach.
As Multigun points out, they said that exact same thing about hoping Klingon declared the year before. Yeah. They also talked about how they scouted Klingon for a while. They talked about how his shooting was exactly the same, like you pointed out. Yeah, it's so I'm hoping this comes like, hey, Joe, you said all these same things about your center you used the 7th pick on last year. How do you justify both of them having basically the same exact skill set that you're talking about?
Yeah, we'll listen to the rest.
He'd be definitely with the club next year. Is it possible that he stays in China for a year?
The plan is to bring him over here next year.
Danny Bill.
Plan is to bring him over next year.
The addition of
5 centers.
You've got 5 centers on the roster. Do you worry about this being a complication if you are trying to have another transaction where you're trying to clear the deck to have an opportunity for him to get on the floor?
No, I'm not worried about. We have a lot of centers right now, a lot of good ones. I think we'll figure that out over time. We approach every draft with, we're going to draft the best player available. We definitely make that a goal of ours, and this was no different. We'll figure it out afterwards. But
okay, sorry, I have to stop him. Is he not proving my point, Eric? Is he not proving my point? Like, they don't go into the draft with a plan for, like, how the player fits, or does he fill a need, or this or that. It's just like, we go in and none of that matters. If we think somebody's the best available player, and the thing is like, it seems like they just kind of fall in love with certain guys, and this was a dude they just fell in love with. So, like, somehow he's the best available player over Yaku Chotis, over, some other guys at maybe 11. Who knows how high they had him? Like, they have some weird draft boards, it seems like. It's like, they don't go in with a plan. He's saying it himself. We will figure it all out later. So maybe he does have a plan to trade one of the centers, but if he doesn't, it's like what he lacks long-term planning. He lacks long-term planning. I have always said that. And his words right now are basically saying he doesn't have a plan for how he's going to make this pick work. He's just going to figure it out. And maybe that's the best he can say. Maybe he does have a plan. But, dude, we've talked about how he struggles at long-term planning.
Tori, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
If you are at 11 and the guy you are wanting to draft is obviously, like Cronin even admitted, they wanted to trade back to get him, so he's not worth the 11th pick, right? So you went into this draft wanting to get Hansen Yang. He was not worthy of the 11th pick, so you traded back thinking you could still get him. No, let me just bit. Okay. So he obviously wasn't the best player on your board necessarily. He was just the guy you wanted to get, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think maybe it was they thought he was worth drafting at 11, but they knew that they were higher on him than everybody else, and they knew they could get him at like 16, so might as well pick up an asset.
Right, but if you're sitting there at 11 and you're the guy you want, you think you could trade back to 16 and still get, you're not taking best player available. You're getting a player you like that you want. Because, I mean, it's an extreme example, but like if Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecomb or something fell to 11, you would still trade back and get that guy from what he's saying. So that's not best player
maybe
available.
you would have taken Ace Bailey if he was there at 11. Maybe he had Ace higher than Yang. Maybe he had Yang at 5 and Ace at 4. Like
But what I'm saying is, if you're trading back, you're not taking best player available. You maybe took him at 16 because you think he's the best player at there, but you traded back because he wasn't the best player, and you got value for doing that. So
yeah,
I think you liked the player, you liked him for a long time, and you wanted to get him, but don't say that like you went into this draft thinking you were going to draft best player available. You went into this draft thinking you were going to draft Hansen Yang, not best player available, because that you just had a plan to draft him specifically.
Yeah. I mean, and that lends credence to the whole thing where they get super over infatuated with certain guys. Yeah. They became completely infatuated with them, and I guess they want, more eyeballs on their product. So their scouting process seems weird to me, especially after this. And this pick is either going to prove that there needs to be a total overhaul, I think from the top down maybe, or prove that like when they went big brain with this pick, they were actually the smartest people in the room. Normally the people that try and be the smartest people in the room of 30 other teams, normally they're not. That's the thing, is like all these steals, like you look at steals over the years, players that were steals after the lottery that ended up becoming stars. How many of them were considered massive reaches?
I don't know.
Maybe that's a good question for chat.
I keep thinking of Daniel Jones, the Giants, like when he got taken 6th or whatever.
None of Tornadoes got picked, so the guy the team actually picked is a terrible choice. Check out. I mean, Kyle, he was a consensus early second rounder. He can't play with Klingon.
See,
you would have bet anybody would be amazing. Anyway, go on.
This goes back to track record for me because Joe sat up there and said after the Rupert and Chris Murray picks that they had lottery grades on them, right? And and then those guys are all ready to play. Scoot's not your average 19-year-old and stuff like that. Like, so to me, it's like if they had a good track record of like, let's just say Chris Murray and Ryan Rupert were really good players there and contributed, and it looked like they were rotation players now instead of not rotation players. Then you could maybe say, hey, look, they drafted at 23 and 43 and got these two guys that they thought that they had a much different grade on than the rest of the league. So maybe that's the thing. But like with Scoot, I don't think Sharp was a reach. Klingon obviously was not a reach. He fell to them. He should have been higher, but that's another one. Klingon they had higher on their board than at 7, tried to move up. Got lucky they didn't end up having to. So the track record is that they have all these guys evaluated higher than the rest of the league does. And I don't know if you can say that track record is good yet. I mean, maybe it still pans out. But so if Yang's good, they can say that, see, we identified him, whatever. So props to them. But if he's bad, let's just add him to the Rupert and Chris Murray picks of they had him much higher than other people had him rated.
Yeah. People saying Hansen Yang is Jokic, you're just completely lost your sanity. If like I've literally seen so many, oh, we got Jokic, and it's so stupid, brother. What are we talking about? What are we talking about, man? The Blazers reached 20 spots on a guy that was projected early second, but like, oh, he's big and can kind of pass a little bit, kind of shoot a little bit. We got the next Jokic.
I mean, I hope we did. That'd be awesome.
Dude, but like, cool, and Scoot is the next, I don't know, like, who's the greatest athletic point guard of all time? And Sharp's the next Kobe. Like, we are going to have the super team of all super teams and win 10 championships. Yeah, we're being reasonable. Anyway, can we stop comparing him to Jokic, man? Like, can we stop comparing him to Jokic? That's not even fair to him. Watch the Joe press conference so bad. Okay, yeah, we'll watch the rest of it. We stopped.
We
in
were
the
listening to
middle.
it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see how the summer goes and who's here at the start of the season. But I expect even if all of them are here, okay, we have 5 centers. Let's figure it out.
Even if all of them are here, we have 5 centers. Let's just figure it out.
Given the
great planning,
surprising nature of this pick, probably a lot to sort of unpack with it. But like, how would you say that, like, or could you describe kind of your vision for like all of this coming together in a cohesive way? Because like, I know you mentioned another deal you can't discuss, but it's like that seems to be sort of like a very win now sort of pick, and this is a maybe more of a developmental project as a draft pick. Like, how does this all come together in your mind?
Sure. Well, I think in the draft in general, especially if you're making a selection, you're treating that ideally in a vacuum where you're trying to get a talented player that is a long-term addition to your group. Yes, some teams draft for need, and some teams draft based on certain skill sets that can, speed up their winning process. But generally speaking, I just look at the draft on its own. Like we need to go out for the Trailblazers. You hear me say this all the time. We got to get more talented, and this for us was an opportunity to do that. And yes, adding another 20-year-old to this roster may not point directly to win now maneuvers, but just trying to balance getting better for the long term and trying to maximize this roster for next season. So it's a delicate balance. I understand that.
Renee Shaw.
I mean, he just admitted that part of the calculation is just maximizing next season and trying to balance that with next year. Guess what? When you try and maximize next season coming off a 36-win season and try and do long-term, normally you fail at doing both. And we've seen that from plenty of teams.
he also just verbatim said what I've been telling you guys for 2 years now, and that's that they do not treat their draft picks the same way as they do trades in terms of trying to win. They are trying to win via trade, but they view the draft as a developmental, take the best player, whether he's able to contribute or not. They just want to pick who they deem is a player that they want to try and develop, and it's a separate entity. And he just said that.
Fan base online right now is having some issues accepting this. To be honest with you, what do you have to say to the fans about this draft pick?
He's gonna talk
why
to
they
us.
should not be concerned.
Because he's a very capable player, a very talented young man that has a very bright future, and I would just ask, give him some time, let him settle in, and watch him grow, and I think everyone will be pleasantly surprised.
Joe, kind of following up on what Bill said, given how the end of the season went and other moves that may or may not be in the works, it's obvious that you guys are kind of trying to be more competitive in the short term next year. But how close do you think he is to being ready to play now on a team that's trying to be competitive?
I mean, he's a very capable player. His skill set is very, very advanced for his age. His physical stature, he's mature physically already. He's not a young, gangly guy. Like, he's strong and firm and sturdy and can withstand the strength of these NBA guys to a large extent. There's obviously a lot of work that we can. There's a lot of improvement that can still come as he grows and matures. But it's going to be an adjustment for every young player coming into this league. It's a whole new thing playing against these guys. These guys are really good. These systems are really intricate. Competition's very steep, both on our roster and the guys we're going to be playing against. So there'll be adjustments for him, just like every other guy drafted tonight. So, it's our job to get him there as quickly and as well as possible. It's, player development's critical for us, and I think it's something that we've done really well, and we're excited about this opportunity to, grow him into a good player.
That's a non-answer, by the way.
Hi, Joe. Brenna mentioned the fan base. When you make a pick like this, are you thinking about the public reaction towards it at all, and how much does a selection like this show the faith and trust you put in your scouting department?
We care about our fan base. We want our fans to be excited about what we're building, where we're headed, what next season's going to look like, what the big picture looks like. Like, that's important to us. So, I think in times when we make what some would deem a questionable move, you hope that they just trust that we're doing our best to make the best decisions for this club, and that the fans will be patient with what we're trying to achieve. Like I said, with a young player like this, how do we develop him, and how do we help him take these steps to be an impactful guy for us?
Hey Joe, question. Curious, when you look at Young, what do you think his career, his ceiling can be?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure when you look at draft picks, you never think about where they're going to be on another team or so. You always think them being put you to the end. So I'm curious, what do you think his ceiling's like? Where, if everything goes right, where do you think he can end his career?
His ceiling's very high. It's extremely difficult to find a young player of that stature with this skill set. And it's translatable stuff that we've seen, really, really skilled big men that can do all the things that he can do, typically succeed in our league. Yeah, it might take him a little time, but as he figures out the speed and pace of our game and all these things, I wouldn't put a ceiling on him. He's that talented.
Casey Adventures. Joe, kind of similar idea there. How do you feel like a player like Yang at that position kind of fits into today's NBA?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think in these playoffs, one thing I've really noticed is the way these successful teams think the game. Their basketball IQ, their skill sets, their ability to make others and each other better is a critical component to winning these games. And
let me just say something really quick. Okay, watching these playoffs, did the Thunder or Pacers have any players that were as immobile I don't even want to call Klingon mobile, but they had players that were all more mobile than Klingon and probably Hansen Young. You could probably say the same thing about the Knicks. I guess the Timberwolves have Gobert, but I mean, okay, they think the game players know how to pass. He obviously values that, but yeah, we'll listen to the rest of the answer.
That's what Young brings to this. I mean, his basketball IQ is very, very high, and he makes others better. And you know, that's what we're trying to do here: is find guys that help supplement and build each other up. And it's something that he thrives at.
How much effort or inroads were made in maybe trying to trade this pick to get a veteran player that can help right away?
Mm-hmm. We approach this draft, you know, we're always open-minded, you know, with all these picks that we've had over the last few years, doing our due diligence, looking around, seeing, you know, what existing roster players in the NBA are available, you know. And last year you saw us, you know, use one of those picks, the late lottery pick that we used on Denny. So if the right deal's there, you know, we look at those kind of things. This time around, we took a lap with that pick. Didn't find anything we liked better than the opportunity to do what we did tonight.
All right, last two, Bill, Danny.
Joe, is Chinese Jokic a fitting nickname for him?
Well, I mean, it's nobody's Jokic. That's a tough one. You know, that's a big shoes to fill. But as far as, you know, his ability to pass the ball, there's not too many his size that can do it like he does.
With your current roster, do you feel like this team can make a run at the playoffs next year?
Possibly. I really like where we're headed. I love the steps we took last year. I'm excited about the steps we're going to take this year and beyond. We'd love to get through this transaction window a little further. You know, we still got big trade window and free agency coming up, but you know, as is with the stuff we've done already, with the guys we have coming back, I'm very excited about this group. I don't necessarily have expectations of them reaching some benchmark, other than I want to just see them keep getting better and better every day, every week, every month.
Can you tell us how you feel about the team being up for sale, and do you feel any added pressure to have success knowing that there's a lot of uncertainty that usually comes with a new owner?
No, I'm mainly just excited for Jody and Bert. I think it's been incredible to be able to work for them and work with them, and they were here tonight and they were great once again. So overall, just excited for them. The day-to-day stuff for me is I'm just trying to do what's best for this basketball team, you know, for our fans, for the city, just trying to build this team the right way, and that's what we're locked in on, is how do we get this team to the next step.
Last one, Danny.
Joe, you talked about what the successful teams have done in the playoffs and how they think the game.
Yeah.
One of the other things that came out of that is the versatility, the defensive addition that has been reported coming to the team. How does Yang kind of fit into that?
Sure.
If he's a more traditional 7'1", 7'2", 250-pound big man, how does that versatility and being able to move guys around that versatility function for you guys play?
One thing I love about our roster, the way it's shaping up, is the different looks that we can provide. You know, I think there's you know, if we want to go extremely large, extremely big, we can do that. If we want to play a small ball, we can do that. If we want to, you know, put just defensive stoppers everywhere, we can do that. If we want to put a lot of skill around a lot of different cutters and athletes, we can do that. So Chauncey's, you know, he's got a lot of work to do, and he's got a lot of opportunities to fulfill. There's a lot of talent on this roster, and how does he maximize them? And he's done a great job of that so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they, you know, can do that with these new additions, and then again, just keep getting our other guys, the returning guys, better.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Were you here the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us were. Some lost it.
All right. So he thinks they can possibly make a run at the playoffs.
I love that hedge.
Yep. And
Bro, does he truly believe, oh, we have all these big men now, we can play really big? What?
yeah, you could technically put Ayton at point guard and be very big and have a very big lineup. And that's a look.
Is this like 2K where you play a center like down a position and he gains overall points instead?
Yeah, dude. Like,
remember when it used to be like that? You just put your center at power forward and he becomes like the best player of all time.
Like, no regard for cohesive looks. Like, we'll play two centers next to each other when the power forward that's actually center can't defend the perimeter and can't shoot. You know, we'll do that with Ayton. That's a look we can give. Bro, like, it's such surface level answers and like non-answers and BS. He's reminding me of Neil Olshey in a way. He just doesn't use as many big words. Like, we can give these different looks. Like, dude, you don't want two centers that can't shoot and can't defend the perimeter playing next to each other. But like, Yang, maybe he can shoot. Klingon, maybe he can shoot. They're both drop bigs. They both will get, like, they're both not at their strengths at all playing the four. And if you play them together, like that big lineup, if that's what he's implying, it's going to be worse defensively. And both those guys play in the paint. So the spacing's going to be all junked up. Like, if you want to go big, you want to be able to go big in the way where, like, you have a Jaren Jackson Jr. at the 4 or an Evan Mobley, a 7-footer at the 4 that can shoot and that can defend the perimeter and rotate quickly in help side to cover the rim and still be a secondary rim protector, right? Young and Klingon aren't that type of guy. They're centers only. They're drop bigs. But that's the problem, is like, basically it's just, oh, we got 5 centers? Well, maybe we could just give some big looks. It's like, it doesn't matter. This is one of the biggest problems, I think, with Cronin, and is he either struggles to evaluate fit or he doesn't care enough. He doesn't care enough. Because, like, I'm sure he's envisioning playing Klingon and Ayton together in some lineups next year. Even though that fit is terrible. Even though Ayton is probably worse defending the perimeter than Klingon is. Ayton was terrible defending the perimeter last year. And he can't shoot threes. He plays from 15 feet in, maybe 17 feet in, and so does Klingon. Klingon pick and rolls, like, Ayton isn't able to space the floor. His defender can just completely clog things up, and it messes up the offense. It's about having a cohesive roster. A cohesive roster. And this is the problem that I have with Joe Cronin, is he doesn't seem to care or doesn't seem to know what that means. You look at the way that Indiana built their team. You look at OKC's team and how the pieces all fit together. None of Ayton, Robert Williams, Young, Klingon should be playing next to each other. And he talks about giving different looks after he drafted 2 drop bigs in a row. He's talking about versatility after drafting 2 drop bigs in a row, Eric.
Colt says, notice how he didn't say anything about putting a lineup out there of shooters and scorers or shot creators. I was really hoping someone asked him, just out of curiosity, you said a lot of these same things about Klingon last year. Does that say anything that you drafted a similar skill set 2 years in a row? Used your best asset 2 years in a row to draft the same player by your description?
I had like a slight sliver of hope for Cronin, but I'm just all the way out. I'm at this point, I'm all the way out, man. And it's just because it's not even like the Young can't be good or can't end up being like maybe even a top 10 player from this draft if everything goes right. It's about the lack of a cohesive long-term plan, and it's the lack of regard for the way pieces fit, and it's the lack of regard for like setting things up in a way where there's a cohesive roster on the floor. It's almost like, oh, they had a bad defense under Dame. Let's just go all defense and let's get 2 drop bigs. And then we got 2 other centers. And if they're still on the roster, we'll just figure it out later. We just wanted to get the guy that we're infatuated with without regard for any of that other stuff. I think they liked this guy more than Klingon. They had Klingon apparently number 1 on their board last year, is what I've heard. Maybe that's not true, but they took him at 7. They wanted him. They were maybe willing to trade up for him. So 1 year later, when Klingon had a good rookie season, by what his expectations should be, if they already drafted somebody they like more, then that means they had no idea what they were doing drafting Klingon. Or they basically just made a pick for no reason. That's a bad thing. That's a really bad thing.
Colt said you let yourself get on the Hopia with Cronin Tori for a second. And then he showed us.
I mean, I don't trust him, but it's like I'm always hopeful. And I was
Dude,
sitting
that was
there.
such a good move. That was
such a good move. You have a couple of guys right in front of you that would be great and could be good long-term fits with what you have on the roster. Yakuchonis is the 3rd guard, and then if he does pan out, great. But he can play next to the guards he's behind. Or Nick Clifford. He could be that bench small forward wing, but he can play multiple positions. So even if he's still coming off the bench and he's really good, he can play 30 minutes. He can play 32 minutes. With Klingon and Young, you can't play both those guys 30 or 32 minutes. They are not positionally versatile. In that last answer, he basically acted like they were. Which is just bad, man. It's just bad. So that's the thing. It's if you have Young 10th on your board, you have Yakuchonis 12th. I mean, these teams make boards for accounting for fit, but just hypothetically, maybe you think Young is a little bit better than Yakuchonis or Nick Clifford, but if those guys fit better with what you have, that doesn't mean you should take Young over them. But it seems like that's not part of the calculus for them. Based on Joe Cronin's interview, that seems like that's not part of the calculus. It's just we take best player available. We've been watching this guy for 2 years. We wanted him in last year's draft, and then he didn't enter, so we had to get him in this year's draft. That's what he's literally saying to you guys.
Is that why they traded all their seconds last year?
I guess, yeah.
Because they were going to take him, but he wasn't in the draft.
I mean, Coward was such an amazing fit. Such an amazing fit, man. I really think we're going to regret not drafting Coward and drafting Young instead. I really do. Guess what? We'll be able to look back on this and...
Hopefully not. Are we rooting for Coward to be a bust now?
I'm rooting for Coward to pan out. Great dude, great story. Andrew Bohm says it's dumb because he's a bad fit and he's not the best player available by anyone's standards but ours, so he better be effing good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is this team wants to play super fast paced though. Does he help with that? I know he's a little more mobile than Klingon, but I wouldn't classify him as a rim-running big man. That's why I think it would have been good to get a rim-running big man that could maybe shoot and that could switch and be versatile schematically, and that doesn't matter, apparently. They think it just matters that you can play 2 7-footers on the floor together, even if it doesn't work. That's the thing. If you can't be schematically versatile, then who cares? If you want to go forward and all you can do is run drop, and if you go against a team where you can't play a drop big, then it's you basically put yourself in a position where neither your 7th pick nor your 16th pick can help you out in that situation. Hopefully Klingon can. I think Klingon has some hope. But it's you should want his backup in case Klingon can't become good enough to like defend the perimeter, switch, play different schemes, etc. You should want his backup to be able to do so that you have an insurance.
Someone on the roster that can play center that is like that.
Yeah. They don't care about that. Like, that's the thing, is their roster construction just doesn't take into account things that it needs to in order to develop a long-term playoff winner. But, they drafted this guy, they reached on this guy. Let's watch some highlights and just fall in love over just a highlight tape and call him the next Jokic and just completely fan out over him. I can't wait for him to have a 30-point triple-double in his first Summer League game.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. It's not even about him not being able to be good. It's about the fit, and it's about, like, the stuff that Cronin keeps failing to, like, take into account. He's continuing to do so, and that's where a lot of the frustration comes in for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. And once again, if you're just tuning in, I personally really like Hansen Yang. I just didn't think he made a ton of sense to go after someone with a skill set that wasn't a huge pressing need on this roster. But I do like his upside as a player just in a vacuum.
Real quick before we end the stream, question from Andrew. What do you like about Young? Is that how you say his name?
Me?
Yeah, and he was asking you what you like about him.
I mean, I've answered this several times, but
yeah, just real quick, just summarize it.
Yeah, so I like bigs with an offensive skill set that can be kind of a hub and smart players. So I think offensively, I could see him being a really good high post player. I could see him being the kind of guy who you could give the ball in the short roll, can pass over the top, can make the right read, very cerebral. He can score a little bit. He's got some post moves, which I like, even though that's not really a huge part of the NBA. And I don't think, like, we're going to change that or go back, like, be the team that starts posting up their centers more. I just don't think that's going to happen, especially with the wanting to play faster and stuff like that. That doesn't seem to jive. And so for me, yeah, just a really, really good player on that end in terms of functionality in an offense, and can do pretty much everything except for break a guy down off the dribble, which will limit him from being a Jokic type player or even like a Bam type player. But still, I think you can do a lot with those kind of players. And then defensively, like Tori said several times, he's a drop big. I don't really trust him switching onto the perimeter. Maybe like Klingon, he'll find a way positionally and using his size to kind of compensate for that. That's the best we can hope for, probably. But in terms of dropping, he's good at protecting the rim. Has good timing on his blocks and stuff like that. So the things he does are like, I like as a big prospect. It's just, to me, it's duplicative with what we already have. And he might be better than Klingon, so maybe Klingon's the odd man out eventually. But I just think this team had pressing needs, and you're not necessarily going to find it in the draft, but it just seemed weird that you would draft almost like a clone of the person you drafted with the 7th pick last year. with maybe a little bit more touch. He's definitely got better touch than Klingon, but
yeah, but Klingon's a better defensive player.
Yeah.
I think Dono's the one on the stream. Will be live again tomorrow for the second round. Hopefully the Blazers trade into it and do something fun. Shout out to Jason Lee. Says Young is great, or we get a new front office because this was so bad. $2 donation, thank you. Shout out to the Uprise with a $2 donation. Says Tori shouts, I love Joe Crone in LOL. Thank you for the $2 donation. Jason Lee with another $2 says, in another timeline, we just took him at 11 LMAO. Yeah, that timeline. At least we're not in that timeline, I guess. Matt with a $2 donation says, this is a TV ratings grab? I mean, maybe. Matt, $5 donation. Cronin is extremely good at answering questions you didn't ask. Yeah, and not answering the ones you did ask. We have new ownership soon, Eric.
So sad. Yeah.
We have new ownership soon. How many subscribers are you going to get from this pick? I think fans of him are not going to be happy with us.
I'm
just expecting some mad comments after this stream.
You just need to put out the propaganda video about
Gabe-styled video.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's not calling like I. If I put out a video, I'm gonna title it like the Blazers just had the biggest reach in the draft or something like that. I don't know, or it's just gonna be a negative title. I'm not gonna fake it for.
The Blazers had the biggest reach ever.
Chat, should I just put on my optimism cap and just make a video like hyping him up as the next Jokic for views?
I do. See, this is where it comes back to me for like I feel bad because I do really like Hansen Yang, or Young, or however you say it. But it's just, yeah.
See, if I didn't care about like having integrity and like speaking my mind, then I would just make a super hype video about him and get like 2 million views and make a ton of money off YouTube ads.
And then let me just say, in my
mind,
mind,
I'll do a hype video just if chat wants me to. Okay. I will only sell out with your guys' approval. All right. Do hype video. Yes. No.
you know what we need to do?
What?
Like, use the tax MLE on Mason Plumlee or something.
Oh, God.
All right, so for tomorrow, in my mind, best players left on the board. Obviously, Rasheer Fleming, I'm super high on. Had him as a lottery grade. Maxime Renault, had him at 18 on my board, still out there. And Cam Jones, had him as a late first rounder. And then some of the second round guys I like, Jameer Watkins, Noah Penda, are the main two.
Yeah, Noah Penda. There's some good players off on the board. The Blazers want to trade into the to the second round. Yeah, I'll come up with a title like.
It's heavily in terms of yes.
Hansen Yang could shock the NBA, and I mean the truth is he already did getting drafted at 16. So I mean that's accurate, right?
Andrew says, who is the odd man out at center? Dwop and Robert Williams III. Yeah, those two, but there's still one more. What do you mean who's the odd man out? We have 5 centers, so it's 3 odd men out.
Yeah.
So yes, and you still have to add one.
Yeah.
And Aiden's starting already. That's the other thing, Tori. They have to trade one of Klingon or Aiton.
I think they'll maybe say, like, we don't have to play Yang
Yeah.
year one.
I guess,
And
but
then
what
they
if
let
Rob Will's
Rob-
healthy?
Yeah, well, they have to trade one of Aiden or Rob Will. Or Klingon.
My problem is if you're already starting Aiton, so Klingon's already coming off the bench. Like, I don't know, man. They're gonna watch games just to hope he gets in for garbage time minutes every once in a while.
Yeah.
Joke's on them. We never have. I guess we do get blown out sometimes. Never mind. I was gonna say we never really blow teams that often.
Yeah.
But I guess we do get blown out quite often.
Centers always get hurt. You need 3 or a 3 player that can play center. I mean, yeah, but normally that guy isn't like somebody you take with the 7th pick or the 16th pick, or somebody that you could have maybe traded for a 1st round pick, or somebody that you're paying a max contract to.
So we use the 16th pick on a 3rd string center, is what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe a 4th string center. Because
Nice.
Joe Cronin doesn't seem to be fully confident, you know? Like, if we go into next year with 5 centers, we figure it out.
I guess, I mean, Robbo can play a little bit of 4, so maybe we have 4.5
He
centers.
can't shoot.
No, I know.
And none of the other centers can shoot.
No,
Like,
no,
Yang might be the best shooter, at least, I guess. But, like, it's not like we drafted a Danny Wolf, you know what I mean? Like, it's none of these guys are known shooters at all.
Screw it. We don't have a chance to beat the Thunder anyway. Might as well play multiple centers, right? Just zig, zig when everyone else zags, right?
Yeah. The Bulls took a Senge.
Yeah.
I forgot. That never even registered to me.
That was right after we traded.
Yeah, because I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah.
It's crazy to see 16 poor Hansen.
Adams and Şengün look good. Okay, so we really are copying Houston.
If we want Şengün, why don't we take him at 11? Why don't we take Derek Queen at 11?
What?
Shout out to Matt, $2 donation. Just play each center 9.6 minutes. Yeah, that's one way.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, good. Gregory Dundon's here, and he is excited.
Oh, I'm excited that he's here.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're all excited.
If you would have just said hi, Gregory Dundon, I would have guessed that you were pro whatever Joe Cronin did tonight. You were going to be excited about. So congratulations that you're able to do that.
Yeah, these people would have, like, I truly believe these people would have been happy with whatever. Damn, that was rude, Griffey, tonight. But is he wrong? Is he wrong? I mean, let's just be for real. Is he wrong?
You know what's hilarious, Tori? Think of this picture, okay? Close your eyes for a second. Okay. The Blazers stay at 11 and draft either Cedric Coward or who's Carter Bryant. Okay, so they do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You and I come on here and say Blazers screwed up. They should have traded back to 16 and taken Hansen Yang at 16. Those idiots they're gonna regret the day they didn't trade back 5 spots and pick the best player in this draft, Hansen Young. Okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'd probably lose our channel. People would stop watching us, right?
Yeah.
They would be so disgusted with that, right? Like, what do you mean? We got Carter Bryant or Cedric Howard, right? That's the dumbest idea. This guy was like projected. I'm looking at Tori. I just looked at 5,000 mock drafts. Every single one of them, the highest he was at like 34, and the highest mock draft I've seen. Why the hell would you take him at 16? And you guys are stupid. You never deserve to have a platform ever again.
Yeah, always criticizing Cronin.
These same people. Yeah, you're so negative. We got Cedric Coward, you idiot. Yeah. You actually liked him, right? And then
we got Carter Bryant. He's the next Tamani.
These same people who are telling us we're not professionals. We should be lauding this and stuff like that would be saying, God, these guys are morons. Hansen Yang in the first round, like
instead of the next Tamani.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Right.
We need a fifth setter.
Did you hear Carter Bryant say he patterns his game after Tamani Kamara? Like, you guys and this is my problem. This is my problem with everyone who does that. It's like there's nothing we can do to ever do that. Like, it's crazy, man. It's like, so, man, it's like, because like I'm sure you guys would have really loved Cronin if he just stayed at 11, pick someone too. Like, it's crazy how it can just never be criticized with some people, and then it's always like, oh, you gotta give him credit if this pans out, gotta give him credit or whatever. It's like, okay, you can literally say that about anything.
Yep.
Can you imagine how like stupid, like I would, if you came up with that idea, I would tell you were so stupid, right? And I even like Hansen.
You'd had a meltdown, man. You would have probably left the channel. So yeah. I mean, that's a great
Tori, we
point.
got Cedric Howard. What are you talking about, Tori? Like, what? Why would we have traded down when Cedric Howard was right there for it? Don't overthink this, Tori.
Then it'd be like sitting here right now and he's still on the board, possibly. Yeah. It's
okay.
That's the thing is question, what happens if he wins Rookie of the Year? What happens if Scoot is a more athletic Steph Curry and Sharp is Michael Jordan on steroids and Klingon is Gobert with Cat's jumper? What happens then? Then our player development staff would be the greatest of all time in any sport, you know?
But honestly, if Hansen wins Rookie of the Year, I mean, I'm stoked, and I'm giving Cronin credit for making a
Colt, we wouldn't have vetoed that. Nobody would have been that crazy. Nobody would have been that crazy, man. But yeah, that's the thing is like people that are always happy with the status quo. It's like, yeah, if we suggested this move after they took Carter Bryant at 11 and we said no, they should have traded down to 16 and take Hansen Yang, they would be roasting us and they would be mad. But since that's what we did instead, then it's good. Just whatever we do is good.
There was a rumor that Atlanta wanted him at 22. Well, Atlanta doesn't even have the 22nd pick, so that's how could they have wanted him at 22 if they traded that pick yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean, they ended up with the 23rd pick, so we would have had to maybe, but they got who they were rumored to also be taken at 13 at 23. So.
Mm-hmm. People are making up all the copium on IG. Listen, here's the thing. Like, sometimes I feel like I sacrifice views, subscribers, whatever, because I want to be a platform that speaks our minds, speaks our opinions. If I just sat here and hyped up everything Joe Cronin ever did, like, we'd probably have multiple thousands of more subscribers. Even though it'd basically just be like, we don't think for ourselves, and we just basically would be a channel where we might as well rename ourselves to Joe Cronin Uprise. Like, sometimes I feel like, yeah, that would be a lot more popular. Like, I just need to make video calling Yang the next Jokic. Compare him to a 3-time MVP. Right, is it 3 times? Yeah. You know, a guy who's led a team to a championship? Yeah, I just need to make a video comparing him to that. And I guarantee you it'd be one of my most highest viewed videos ever. Joey says, no, be yourself. That's what we all enjoy. It's not the water carrying legacy Blazer media. Listen, I know some of you, like, we have a platform because that's what, there's a lot of people that do want a platform that calls it like it is. And I respect that. I'm the same way. If I'm listening to a channel or a podcast or whatever, covering a team, like, don't just tell me that my team is great all the time and that's it, and every move is great and everything is roses. Tell me the truth, or at least speak your mind. Yeah, but there definitely is a large crowd out there that just wants to hear basically propaganda no matter what. Anyway. I feel like Cronin's comments about them figuring out something with the centers is indicative that they can't move Ayton or Rob, LMAO.
They should be able to move Rob, even if it's not for much. I think he's an expiring. Yeah. Eventually, Ayton's an expiring too, but I don't think they want to take on money after just trading for Drew's contract. So I think that's the holdup. They could probably trade him for like a crap package like Phoenix took from us, but like I don't think they want to take on any salary that they'd have to either stretch or have on the books next year.
I got followed by a Chinese Jokic account on Twitter.
Dude, yeah, it's
I'll
like
be his first follower.
It's those like Hansen Muse.
No, it's literally Chinese Jokic.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I got followed by him too. Yeah.
I followed him back. I'm his first follower. That's my claim to fame.
I got followed by like 8 of those guys in the last hour, and I followed a couple of them back, and then I read that one, the Jokic one, and I was just like, ugh, I cannot with this. Reading his tweets.
Gabe, give me a shout out for talking him into Kaman Malowich. Yeah, I thought Kaman Malowich would be a great pick for the Suns, man. And they do what I want this time around for them.
It's still. How did the Suns end up with Mark Williams and Malowich? What the heck was that? That's so crazy, man. I can't believe they have both of those dudes on their roster now. They still don't have a point guard. They still have like 4 shooting guards, but
Some guy from Denver also told me he is the Chinese Nurkic. Chinese Nurkic. New owner would demand new GM before any honest offer. I mean, new ownership and then clearing the deck and restarting and, you know, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Do you guys like Locked On Blazers? Yeah, I have nothing against Locked On Blazers.
No issue. I personally don't watch any of the other Blazer platforms, but nothing against any of those people.
Anyway, we'll be live again tomorrow. Is there anything else you want to get into?
No, just regardless of our feelings on the front office, just want to welcome Hansen to the Blazers, and I'll be rooting for him to succeed, despite people think we have a narrative or agenda to want him to be bad so we can justify our reactions. But seriously, he's a Blazer now, and that means he's family and part of our team, and I hope he pans out because he does have a really cool skill set and could be a fan favorite type guy. And hopefully we're kind of laughing about being upset about this someday, and that he is a good player. And yeah, so I'm kind of excited to see what he can do. I just don't know how he's going to show it much on the court anytime soon.
Best case scenario is you drafted a replacement for the guy you drafted 7th overall last year. So, yay! So, cool, man. Because they can't play together. Anyway, before we're out of here, shout out to Matt, $2 donation, says, thanks, guys. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who watched today, especially all of you that stayed the whole time. And I hope to have you all back tomorrow. I know the second round isn't as interesting to a lot of people, or a lot of people don't care about it. But for us draft nerds and stuff, we enjoy the second round almost as much as the first round. And it'll be a lot of fun. And you might see some Blazer trades maybe. Or this draft pick and Drew Holiday was our entire offseason, and we're not going to do anything else, and that's it. So
we got our Denny and our Klingen.
Yep, almost.
We traded a guard for our Denny, and we drafted our Klingen.
Yep, there we go.
Nice.
Your 2025-26 Portland Trailblazers featuring 5 centers and Drew Holiday.
At least we have another.
This is so weird.
At least we added a first this offseason, you know?
Right. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
If that's an unprotected first, man, then I mean, they were just setting up themselves for more bailout options with the new ownership group and maybe the new front office. So that's good. And the Blazers will be sold, so that's also good. So I guess we should be on the up and up. Man, I wanted Cedric Coward in a Blazer uniform.
We drafted him, Tori.
I know.
We have a picture with the hat, him in the hat.
If he's the next Jalen Williams, like I've been comparing him to, if he becomes that level of guy, I don't want to hear anybody ever give me crap for criticizing a pick ever again, okay? Okay. I will play this clip 6 years from now shamelessly if he ends up being that type of player. Or Nick Clifford or Jokic Jonas. The 3 guys I was begging for.
Man, Tori, it's been, 2 days since the Drew trade? 2 days, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine on Sunday if I told you
No, I couldn't.
On Wednesday night, we're going to
Yeah.
be talking about our big trade and our big draft pick being Hansen and Drew. That's so weird, man.
I would think you
so weird.
said Drew and like Hansen was the last name of somebody. Like I don't know. Yeah. Well, I guess it is his last name. I don't even know. Anyway, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy how this all came together.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. Hit the subscribe button if you love us, hate us, or in between. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell. Ring the bell.
I really, even though I know it's not how you pronounce it, I was waiting for a reason to say yang it, but I couldn't work it in. Sorry. I failed it. Yeah. Yang it.
Drew
Couldn't do
Hansen? Yeah, no, that sounds like Drew Hanlon. But yeah, ring the bell so you're notified whenever we go live. I need to find a way to like work a Yeet reference into that. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna relax for the first time in like 3 days, so I'm looking forward to that. And we're out of here. Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Matt killing it with the donations, with the $5 donation. And he just says, "Okay, bye."
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, we're out here. Blazers trade down from 11 to 16, get a future Orlando first in 2 seconds, and then draft the shocker of the first round and Hansen Yang. And then Joe has another Joe Cronin-esque interview, and yeah, it's always a ride, man. It's always a ride, but we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully you're able to tune in for that. We'll see if the Blazers do something in the second round, and we are out of here. Until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers!